in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? According to the standing orders, no member is allowed to address the House or a committee of the whole House for more than 30 minutes on any subject. You can get the answer to the trivia question at the end of this introduction. On this session's agenda, the Constitution Amendment of Section 61 Act 2024 is to be taken to provide for new words of enactment. Section 61 of the Constitution states in subsection 1 that, quote, in every bill presented to the Governor General for assent other than a bill for a special act as defined in subsection 3 of Section 37 of this Constitution, or a bill presented under Section 49, 56, or 57 of this Constitution, or a bill for an act to which Section 50 of this Constitution refers, the words of enactment shall be as follows. Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Representatives of Jamaica, and by the authority of the same. Basically, a decision has been taken to amend that text in Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for words of enactment that are more appropriate for Jamaica and in keeping with the legislative procedures set out in Sections 48 to 60 of the Constitution. That decision constitutes the first legislative step in a proposed series of amendments intended to give effect to a constitution enacted by the Parliament of Jamaica and approved by the people of Jamaica. And the sectoral debate continues this week. Minister of Local Government and Rural Development and Member of Parliament for Kingston Western, Desmond McKenzie, is down to make his contribution. Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Southern and opposition spokesperson with responsibility for affairs concerning Portmore, Mr. Fitz Jackson, is also down to make his contribution. Remember, every year following the budget debate, the House of Representatives, the lower house, engages in another round of presentations known as the sectoral debates. Time is allotted for 2 sittings per week over a 6-week period following the close of the budget debate conducted at the start of the new fiscal year in April. Based on the standing orders, rules governing the Houses of Parliament, members entitled to speak during these debates are any minister and any member of the opposition selected by the leader of the opposition. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act or disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question we asked. True or false? According to the standing orders, no member is allowed to address the House or a committee of the whole House for more than 30 minutes on any subject. It's true. However, the mover of an original motion is allowed 45 minutes for his opening address. The House or a committee of the whole House may at any time move a motion to extend the speaker's time sufficient for them to complete the presentation if the individual fails to complete it within the stated time. Now, over to the proceedings.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Na 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 na. We want a piece for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. While we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Yes, walk right over there and drop it in the bin. Reuse that wastewater from your kitchen for the garden. Get your hands dirty and plant a tree. Farmers, hold off on the pesticides, especially near our rivers. Do your part to protect our watersheds so we can preserve the source of our drinking water. Every act to protect our watersheds counts. Start now.
People always say government must be held accountable. But it's whose job to keep government accountable, and what that really mean? Well, you see, when ministers and public officials have to provide answers for decisions made and can face consequences for those actions and decisions, that means they're being held accountable. Keeping government accountable is a key responsibility of our elected representatives, and the Parliament provides special tools or mechanisms just for this. As citizens, we need to understand how they work so we can play our part to ensure that the members of Parliament we elect are using the tools and doing their job well. Here are 4 of the primary tools you should understand and talk to your MP about. Tool number 1, Minister Statements. To effectively monitor the government, MPs need to stay informed. Every Tuesday when Parliament sits, different cabinet ministers are scheduled to give an update on decisions they're making on our behalf. These updates are called Statements by Ministers. They cover a wide range of national issues that other MPs, media, and citizens may have questions about and wish to examine further. That brings us to tool number 2. What you do when you want information? You ask questions, and that's why we have question time. Both opposition and government MPs can submit questions to the Prime Minister or Cabinet Ministers for details on, for example, how a contract was awarded or expenditure to purchase tablets for schools. So if you ever have a question for a government minister, try asking through your MP. After all, that's why they're your political representatives. They should represent your questions and concerns to the government. Tool number 3, Parliamentary Debates. When cabinet ministers present the government's proposals for new policies, laws, and programs, parliamentary debates allow both opposition and government MPs to air concerns, make suggestions, and endorse proposals. If you ever watch those debates, you know they can get a little fiery. But the debate is important as it informs decisions and continues until a vote is taken on the way forward. Then we have tool number 4, Parliamentary Committees. The general sittings of Parliament are not always sufficient for detailed examination of government work, so oversight committees are formed using government and opposition members to do just that. Some committees like the PAC and the PAAC are in place for an entire parliamentary term. Their job is to monitor the use of public funds to find ways to increase value and efficiency while reducing waste and corruption. Cabinet and state ministers are not appointed to oversight committees since they are a part of the government. Some committees are formed when a need arises. For example, joint select committees are formed to review draft policies or legislation or to probe other matters of serious national importance. Members of these committees are both opposition and government MPs and senators, and these committees will usually invite citizens to share their opinions, concerns, and recommendations. So there you have it, 4 accountability tools of Parliament that are used to make sure government run right. Visit jampja.org to find contact information for your MP. Invite them to meet with the community so they can better represent your issues and concerns in Parliament and keep government accountable. Get involved and let's make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Whatever illness you might have, it is important to visit the doctor at the earliest sign of sickness. For many conditions, early detection can lead to better outcomes. Don't stay at home and self-medicate and allow your condition to worsen before going to the doctor.
If you are a youngster, young child, 14 and younger, older person, or you have a compromised immune system, you have an underlying illness, a cancer patient, a diabetic patient, then your system is compromised. You need to see the doctor quickly and let the doctor prescribe.
Visiting your doctor early protects your health, so you can enjoy more moments, more life.
Hi, I'm Donna Onis-Blake, Program Director for the Nature Conservancy in Jamaica. Like me, you will remember the rains of November 2023, which came just outside of the May and September to October peak rainfall period. There was significant dislocation and distress across Kingston, flooded out residential dwellings, badly damaged roadways, and washed out basements amid general alarm across the city. Researchers at the University of the West Indies have cited high-intensity rainfall events as a major hydrometeorological hazard affecting Jamaica, noting that Kingston is highly susceptible to urban flooding, primarily in the downstream sections of the Hope River watershed and the Ligani Plains. Notwithstanding Jamaica's enviable building codes, is there room for improvement in our construction methods? And specifically, in Kingston, could the application of nature-based solutions in urban construction projects make a difference in the face of more adverse flooding events? Consider, for example, how building porous parking lots and permeable pathways in your next project would allow for greater percolation and absorption, and therefore less runoff from the property to the roadway and into the stormwater drainage system. This nature-based solution, if employed widely in our construction industry, may one day solve the flooding of Kingston spaces and roadways. Learn more by visiting the United Nations Environment Programme project website, cityadapt.com, or simply scan this QR code right here.
Traveling to Jamaica? Submit your customs and immigration declaration online for faster processing. Visit the enterjamaica.com portal, complete and submit your declaration prior to departure. Upon arrival, proceed to the immigration kiosk and swipe your passport to confirm your trip details and declaration. Once done, proceed to the customs hall to retrieve your luggage and final clearance. The online C5, making air travel easier. You may contact us or the Passport Immigration and Citizenship Agency for more information.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
How do bills become law in Jamaica? Laws are made to create order,
to ensure our safety, and to protect our rights against abuses by other citizens, organizations, and even the government itself.
A bill is a proposal for either a new law or for a change to an existing law. Jamaica's Parliament is responsible for making our laws, and that responsibility is shared between two houses. There are 21 parliamentarians appointed from both political parties to the upper house, also known as the Senate. And there are 63 members of parliament that we, the people, elect to the lower house, also known as the House of Representatives. To pass a law, there is a minimum of 6 stages required in each house. The process can begin in the upper house by a senator or in the lower house by your member of parliament. And their proposals for a new bill can certainly start with you, the citizen. Now, since the process often begins in the House of Representatives, let's start there. 1. The first stage begins with the introduction by the minister responsible for the bill, followed by the first reading of the bill by the clerk to the houses. This clerk is more like the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer for the Parliament. An announcement of the bill is published in the Gazette. This is a public newsletter that the government uses to inform the citizens of what the Parliament is doing on your behalf. 2. The second reading begins with a summary of the bill by the minister. The main reasons for the bill are discussed both by the government and opposition members to determine if Jamaicans would really be better off with the new law or changes to an existing law. A vote is taken by the House to determine if the bill will move to the committee stage. Sometimes before going to that stage, the minister responsible for the bill can recommend the use of a joint select committee. It's called joint as its members are taken from both the upper and lower house. To benefit from greater consultation, the committee is empowered to invite the public to share their views of the bill in writing or in person, and does so through radio, TV, and newspaper adverts. This joint select committee submits its recommendations to the House of Representatives. The House debates this report, and a vote is taken to determine if the bill should go on to the committee stage, where it is examined by a committee of the whole House. Yes, that's the name. And that's what it is, a committee of all the members of Parliament that carefully examines each clause and makes improvements to ensure the bill will achieve its objectives. As chairman, the Speaker of the House monitors the process to make sure the rules of the House are obeyed and the process moves along smoothly. 4. The Committee of the whole House examines the bill clause by clause, then sends its recommendations for changes to the House of Representatives. This is called the report stage. 5. The bill then passes to the third reading to allow a final opportunity for MPs to make changes before it is sent to senators in the upper house. 6 to 10. In the upper house, the senators go through the same steps we just described. If any changes are made, the bill has to be returned to the House of Representatives for their discussion and approval. Now, if the bill had started in the upper house, it would also have to be returned to them for approval of any changes made by the lower house. 11. Throughout the entire process, the bill is being checked by the Legislative Council. That's the Parliament's lawyer. But before the last step, a copy is sent to the Attorney General of Jamaica for final review and certification. 12. If all is well, the bill is sent to receive the royal assent from the Governor General as the representative of the Queen, Elizabeth II. The bill is now an Act of Parliament. The Act is gazetted, and the rights of Jamaicans are further preserved and protected by a new law.
partial affections, the result of all our counsels be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honourable House now resumes its sitting. It is indeed a great honour and pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the Honourable House of Representatives on this Tuesday, May 28, 2024. I would like to extend welcome to those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms and PBCJ. To those who are seated in the gallery, welcome to the Houses of Parliament. I hope that you will enjoy today's sitting and the debates. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terrelong, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to join you in welcoming members to the sitting of the House today and to welcome those in the gallery who have come to support, I'm sure, the two speakers for the sectoral debate today. Madam Speaker, I wanted to indicate before I invite you to suspend the items leading up to public business to enable the presentation of the members in the sectoral debate, to indicate that we have, as a parliament, enabled good dialogue and very robust discussion between both sides on various matters from time to time. And one of the things that I think we have agreed on overall is elements of the whole procedures and the way the flow of activities in the House will go in terms of the different sessions. And so I just want to reiterate, Madam Speaker, that we are very careful about private members' motion and that we do promote an arrangement which can enable the private members' motions to be taken. And so the closure of the sectoral debate, which is intended for the 25th of June, will then see the commencement of debates on private members' motion, which will take us into the end of this session. And then when we come back after the summer break, we will go into our state of constituency debate, and interspersed within that will be opportunities also for private members' motions to be taken. I just wanted to make that point, Madam Speaker, against the background of the comments that are made sometimes that we are not very careful about private members' motion. I just want that point to be erased from the minds of any. So, Madam Speaker, there is not intended to be at this time any statement by Minister, perhaps at a later point today, but not at this time. I therefore invite you to suspend all items from announcements down to public business so as to enable the debate. May it please you, Madam Speaker. The speakers today, Madam Speaker, you have notices? Right, so go ahead. So, Madam Speaker, I understand that we have a small item on notices of motions given orally. So I would invite you to take that very expeditiously, as you normally do, so as to facilitate. Madam Speaker, we have two speakers today, and we want to give them full opportunity to express their deeper wishes with a certain amount of care and caution, without at all losing the impact of their presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, House Leader. We do not have any items on the agenda in keeping with the statement from House Leader. We will just take 3 short announcements, Clerk, and then we will move through all the other items for which we have nothing on the agenda to facilitate moving quickly to public business for the sectoral presentation. Clerk.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the National Works Agency for the financial year 2016-2017, annual report of the National Solid Waste Management Authority for the year 2022-2023, and finally, annual performance report of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development for the year 2023-2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I do take note of the fact that you, in a most expeditious way, disposed of all the items on the agenda. Madam Speaker, for public business today, there will be 2 items, essentially. The continuation of the sectoral debate. And the speakers will be the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, Minister of Local Government and Community Development and Member of Parliament for Kingston Western, and Mr. Fix Jackson, the Member of Parliament for St. Catharines Southern. In addition, the Minister of Legal Affairs and Constitutional Reform will take the measure under her name. So, Madam Speaker, I would invite you at this time to, as I move for the continuation of the sectoral debate, to invite the Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, to make his presentation.
Let us make welcome, and I notice the decks are already banging, our Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Member of Parliament for Kingston Western.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to give thanks to the Almighty and to once again thank Him for giving me the pleasure, the privilege to be able to address this honorable Parliament today. Madam Speaker, the strength and the power of the Almighty cannot be taken for granted and be underestimated. And we do, Madam Speaker, I personally do believe in the power of the Almighty. And I want to, Madam Speaker, give all thanks and praise for His care and His tender keeping over the years, Madam Speaker. I want to also, Madam Speaker, extend my personal support to you as Speaker and ask you to continue to manage the affair of the Parliament in the manner which you have been doing since you occupied that prestigious chair. Madam Speaker, the staff of the Ministry of Local Government, headed by the Permanent Secretary, and the team of officers at all levels, I want to extend my personal gratitude and thanks for the support that I've been getting from the team at the Ministry, who has been very efficient in making all the necessary arrangements for this presentation and who continue to exercise with a fair level of confidence the policies and programs of the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. I want to salute my Permanent Secretary and the staff of the Ministry of Local Government and say thank you for a job well done. The relationship between myself and colleagues on both sides of this august body goes without question. I know there are times when we get hot under the collar, but there is that mutual respect that we on this side have demonstrated, and I am sure, Madam Speaker, that my colleagues on that side share the same opinion when it comes on to the question of respect for each other in this honorable chamber. Madam Speaker, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, continue to demonstrate his capacity as one of the greatest modern-day leaders of the last 50 years. This goes without saying, Madam Speaker, and those who doubt his ability and those who underestimate his value to the political process in Jamaica is in for a rude awakening somewhere down the road, Madam Speaker. I want to thank him for the opportunity that he has afforded me to sit in his cabinet. And I want to give him and my colleagues on this side and to the House and to the entire Jamaica my commitment. I am loyal to my leader and Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and I will never relieve. Madam Speaker, today is the 28th of May. And on this day, Madam Speaker, one of Jamaica's greatest political leaders was born. On this day, Madam Speaker, 5 years ago, I stood in this chamber to deliver my sectoral presentation. And in the midst of that, Madam Speaker, I had to pay tribute to the man who is responsible for my being here today. I make reference of the most Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. Today marks 5 years since he has left us, Madam Speaker. And every day of my life, I will forever cherish what he has done for me and thousands of Jamaicans, and especially the people of West Kingston, Madam Speaker. I feel a sense of pride to know that I'm able to stand in this august chamber. First as a senator, he became the youngest senator in the history of Jamaica's parliament in 1959. He appointed me to the Senate in 2002. Madam Speaker, Edward Seaga represents what the real Jamaica is all about, Madam Speaker. Yes. Commitment, loyalty, and respect for people, Madam Speaker. He has left me a legacy, a constituency, Madam Speaker, that has been the envy of many Jamaicans. West Kingston remains the only political constituency in Jamaica that since 1962 has remained loyal to the Jamaica Labour Party. No other constituency in Jamaica boasts that envious record. And since 1944, Madam Speaker, West Kingston has only gone once to the PNP. We have been loyal, faithful, committed, sincere, and strong. And I want to thank the people of West Kingston. This is my 15th year and my 15th sectorial presentation as their Member of Parliament. And I want to thank the team, headed by my two councillors, Mrs. Daphne Urge, Jacqueline King, Susan Brooks Wilson, Charmaine Anderson, Devon Robinson, Dawn Spence Aaron, and I could go on and name this team, Madam Speaker. I want to say to them and to the people of West Kingston, thank you for your support, and I will continue to be your Member of Parliament. I love you, and may God bless the people of West Kingston. Madam Speaker, I have served as councillor, mayor, and parliamentarian. This would not have been possible without the bedrock support of my political family, my social family, my biological family, and especially my rock, my shield, my hiding place, the queen of my castle, Marcia. It is so sweet. And reassuring to know that at the end of every day, 47 years after we were joined together, I can still lose myself in her sweet embrace.
Oh dear. A tough woman.
And I can still encourage and lift and be lifted by the support I receive from her. Madam Speaker, the family is important, and I want to say to her how I respect and love her sincerely, Madam Speaker. To my close protection team, Madam Speaker, I owe them a debt of gratitude. They have been with me for more than 10 years, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell you, I value them in the same way I value my family, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of leading local government, I am very heartened to report, despite the challenges, there is a greater public appreciation about the role of local government, and most importantly, the national impact that it has had. Its functions are effectively implemented in a way by this administration that is unprecedented. We have seen investment in personal systems and structure of local government, and in many instances, we are seeing the fruits of our new projects and programs that are being built by Labour. Despite this, Madam Speaker, we have been listening to the soundings that we are receiving from our citizens. We acknowledge that we are doing positive things and that some of our achievements are unprecedented. However, their expectations about the timeline in which we develop should significantly be shorter than their expectations. But, Madam Speaker, this government recognizes and accepts the challenge, and we understand the needs of the Jamaican people. We continue to expand hope as we build this new Jamaica. We see it as the expectation of a rapid, evolving society where people want to achieve the Jamaican dream for themselves, here and now, and not only for themselves, but also for their children. The Right Excellent Sir Alexander Bustamante, founder of this great and noble institution known as the Jamaica Labour Party, in 1943, gave the political leadership to the laborers all across Jamaica who were agitating for better working conditions, for a little more bread and a little more butter. He stated shortly after independence that the party aimed at lifting the small man, for his time has come to have better consideration and a better life. Today, under the leadership of the Honorable Michael Andrewness, this Jamaica Labour Party government is keeping that independent commitment under his leadership. We have not only created better conditions for working people and their families, but there are more opportunities to work than ever before, Madam Speaker. Employment level is at a very high level, Madam Speaker. And more of our people are obtaining a sense of satisfaction and the dignity that the jobs are providing. To those who claim that we cater exclusively to people at the upper end of the social ladder, I say that the Jamaica Labour Party, under the leadership of Prime Minister Andrewness, is not only dedicated not only to protecting the poor, but to elevating them, taking them out of poverty. And Madam Speaker, I stand here as a living proof that the Jamaica Labour Party is everybody's party in this country. Madam Speaker, our mission as an effective join-up government is to ensure that no one is left behind. The Ministry of Local Government and Community Development has a unique role in making decisive contribution to the economic development, the parochial advancement of community improvement and social protection. Madam Speaker, my presentation today will address the big things that are happening and will happen through local government. Let me first declare that all our programs and projects are designed and implemented to bring hope to the people of Jamaica, Madam Speaker. From employment and social assistance programs to infrastructure projects, the care of our vulnerable persons, everything we do is geared towards maintaining, elevating hope as a national project of transforming Jamaica continues, Madam Speaker. The Jamaica Fire Brigade. The role of the brigade in protecting the people and its assets, our rapidly evolving country, Madam Speaker, is emerging in such a way. One of our greatest assets is the Jamaica Fire Brigade, Madam Speaker. The agency continues to build capacity by adding an additional 206 highly trained new firefighters in the last financial year, adding essential vehicles and equipment to ensure optimal service delivery at a cost of just under $400 million, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the 206 new graduates that has fallen in line in the Jamaica Fire Brigade, Madam Speaker, for the first time in many years, Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Fire Brigade is up to its full complement of firefighters because of the work and effort of the government of Prime Minister Andrewness. Some of the things that this administration have done to improve service delivery is the rollout of standby generators at our fire station to guarantee the country 24 7 operations under any circumstances. Over 24.5 million was spent to obtain 5 generators in the last financial year. 7 more will be purchased this year. This will result in an overall 25 standby generators in the service at the fire brigade. Something that has never happened before, Madam Speaker. This is no joke. Up to 2019. And Madam Speaker, some people will say, so why you're boasting about that? But up to 2019, Madam Speaker, the only fire station in Jamaica that was equipped with a standby generator was the York Park Fire Station. Madam Speaker, and let me say this. One, the Jamaica Fire Brigade is one of the oldest institutions in Jamaica. It is over 150 years old, Madam Speaker. And in the first time in its history, the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness, there are 35 fire stations in Jamaica, and only 1 up to 2019 had a standby generator. This is a government of performance, Madam Speaker. We are giving the firefighters the ability to receive calls, to protect lives and property. Madam Speaker, we are proud of what has been done so far. In the last financial year, 138 million was spent to repair and rehabilitate 10 fire stations across the country, from Morant Bay in the east to Negril in the west. The remanning of the fire station in Buff Bay in Portland, Ocho Rios, St. Anne's Bay, Santa Cruz, Black River, Waterford. And as I speak, Madam Speaker, the Halfway Tree Fire Station rehabilitation work at a cost of $15 million is presently taking place. In Port Antonio, phase 2 of the renovation work is well underway, and the final phase of this, Madam Speaker, $103 million will be spent to complete the fire station in this financial year. We are keeping the promise we made to give the people of Ulster Spring and the surrounding communities a brand new fire station, Madam Speaker. So far, 27.6 million has been spent on the first phase of the work at Ulster Spring, which is 80% complete. And by next month, construction from the ground up will begin. This project is estimated to cost $153 million, Madam Speaker. In Balaclava, where's the MP? In Balaclava, the funds, Madam Speaker, is now available for work to commence on the facility that will give the people of Balaclava in St. Elizabeth for the first time fire service at their gate and door, Madam Speaker. This year, for the first time in its history, the Jamaica Fire Brigade will be installing a modern first world electronic records management system. This has massive implications for the quality of the high level of service being provided by the agency. In addition to providing inventory management, this system will streamline the JFB's entire building inspection process for properties. And let me spend 2 minutes on that, Madam Speaker. We are seeing huge buildings going up across the country. The country must be aware that the Jamaica Fire Brigade plays a critical role in the approval process of construction buildings in this country, because the safety, the fire features must meet the standards that are set by the Jamaica Fire Brigade, Madam Speaker. And this system that has been provided to the brigade will ensure that the inspection schedule, the report of violations and compliance tracking, it will store building plans island-wide in one database, thus giving firefighters quick access to floor plans and fire escape routes. It will provide live tracking for fire personnel and equipment to ensure maximum safety and efficiency. It will create and manage firefighters' shift system, including overtime leave requests, thereby ensuring that the efficiency in terms of its frontline workers, preventing undue stress and burnout. This is critical, Madam Speaker. The first in a series of 5 sets is being tested at this time. This is a game changer, Madam Speaker, in the life of the brigade, as this government continues to work to create a first world fire service in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the fire wardens clubs in schools. This is a new feature of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Of all the important projects that has been initiated by the brigade, the fire wardens clubs in schools project has the greatest potential to transform national attitude to fire safety. This is a new and special component of the fire and life safety education program, and it aims to provide our children in primary school education system with the skills they need to avoid and to prevent fire and bring them into a culture of disaster prevention. The Fire Wardens Club is a uniform club which is endorsed and supported by the Ministry of Education and Youth, and it now forms a part of the extracurriculum programs in our primary schools. This is a social transformation initiative, Madam Speaker, and I am highly optimistic that it can help to save our children's lives and create an intergenerational culture of fire that will preserve life in homes and communities across the country. I urge the schools, Madam Speaker, to buy into this project because it can save life and help to educate our children. I want to make a short but important remark on bushfire. Bushfire, Madam Speaker, account for the highest number of genuine fire calls that the brigade has received. In 2023, our firefighters were called to put out 6,443 bushfires across all parishes. This is a whopping 81% increase over the number of bushfires that was recorded in 2022. Since the start of this year, we have already seen the brigade dealing with 2,134 bushfires. The brigade is now anticipating where these fires will occur by using the bushfire warning index provided by the National Meteorological Service. These initiatives have the desired effect, Madam Speaker, as the brigade has been able to respond strategically and have saved hundreds of hectares of residential, commercial, and government lands rather than being blindsided by bushfire. The Jamaica Fire Brigade is discharging its duties well, with the historical level of investment and support by this government. That is why, Madam Speaker, and I have to say, because if nobody don't correct it, it will remain out there. And that is why I was surprised at reading a recent article in which the mayor of one of our capital towns made reference to a bushfire. And the comment that was made, the reason why the firefighter took sick and was admitted to the hospital is because the brigade is lacking proper equipment to fight fire. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Fire Brigade has never been in a better state than now. And I want to make the point. The previous administration, over its tenure, spent $605 million was allocated to the Jamaica Fire Brigade. $605 million. Madam Speaker, we have since spent 10 times that figure, Madam Speaker. Over $5 billion, Madam Speaker, has been invested in cutting-edge new equipment, more traditional equipment and infrastructure for the brigade. Our firefighters have bunker gears like dirt, Madam Speaker. Industrial washing machine to take care of them. They have utility vehicles of various kinds, fireboats, drones, other personal protective equipment. This government will be investing even more this year, Madam Speaker, to make the Jamaica Fire Brigade a world-class public rescue protection agency, Madam Speaker. And I urge this Parliament to let us unite and to salute the hard-working men and women of the Jamaica Fire Brigade for the commitment that they have been giving to this country over many years, Madam Speaker. Bush, fire. The National Solid Waste Management Authority, Madam Speaker, has been facing a number of criticisms as it works to clear backlog and to ensure consistency in collecting residential waste. I know the challenges that the leadership and staff are dealing with. And I want to say to the men and women of the Jamaica, of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, that they have my total confidence as they work hard to rectify the problems in the fields. The addition of the 50 new compactor trucks to the fleet has resulted, amongst other things, Madam Speaker, over 1.1 million tons of solid waste being collected over the last financial year. 8 of these trucks are exclusively being used to address backlogs. We are making a big difference in this respect. I can assure this House and the country that the national public cleansing effort will intensify this year in keeping with this government's commitment to substantially invest in the National Solid Waste Management Authority, another batch of 50 assaulted trucks, Madam Speaker. As I speak, 10 of these trucks are already here, and the remainder are on their way. Their deployment across the regions will lift the standards of service to a new level. This will go beyond the general improvements in public cleansing, which I will disclose later on in my presentation. The Drum at the Gate campaign. While public education campaigns are still being used to encourage proper disposal habits, one of the important initiatives launched by the entity is the Drum at the Gate campaign. The agency is identifying residents across the country that have no garbage bins and are placing storage containers at the gate free of cost. The initiative is in its early stage, and just under 1,500 bins have been placed so far. This is important, not only for encouraging proper waste management at the household level, but also enhancing a more orderly, physical, pleasant community environment. Madam Speaker, the accumulation of disposal plastic containers continue to be a national challenge, which the agency is tackling through a plastic separation and collection drive that currently involves 69 communities across the country. Over 500,000 pounds of plastic have been collected so far. This critical initiative will be expanded this year and will be supported by a dedicated assignment of 10 tipper trucks units, which are already in the island, Madam Speaker. So we're not talking, the tipper trucks are here. That is going to be rolling out, Madam Speaker, to help to rid our drains and our gullies of plastic containers, Madam Speaker. This is a vital complement to the work that is constantly being done to clear waste from the gullies and drains, of which plastic is a huge component. Preventing plastic from entering our waterways is of even greater importance as we enter the hurricane season, which promises to be an active hurricane season. Madam Speaker, people generally refer to the national solid waste as public enemy. And it is, however, this government who also look at the human side of the entity. You had men and women who have been sweeping our streets in sun, rain. They are out of their bed from 3 a.m. in the mornings in their various outfits, sweeping our streets from that time, Madam Speaker. Solid waste was formed in 2001. And 99% of those workers who started never know what tomorrow will bring, working at solid waste. They had no job security. Nobody cared about them. All they do is talk a lot about loving the poor, but never do anything, Madam Speaker, to secure the future for those who they talk about, Madam Speaker. We started this process. We started this process in 2017, Madam Speaker, when I gave an increase to those workers. And every year since, we have increased the rates to our solid waste workers. Madam Speaker, when this government speaks, we don't just talk. We back it up with action, Madam Speaker. This is how the government shows that we care, that we are sincere. When we make a commitment that we are a government of action, not a government of bag-a-mouth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over 3,000 employees of the National Solid Waste Management Authority can now walk and hold their head high and beat them chest and say, I'm now permanently employed. Them have job security, insurance benefit, health benefit, and they can even get a little pension, Madam Speaker. When we approach Minister of Finance on the matter, he said, yes, the Prime Minister gave a commitment. The government of the Jamaica Labour Party gave this commitment, and we have fulfilled that commitment, Madam Speaker. The Board of Supervision continue to provide hope to our vulnerable society as the ministry drives the social protection program. The work of the Board of Supervision, Madam Speaker, I want to signal out for special attention a young woman who have brought steady hands, a tender heart in leading that organization. The Secretary, Ms. Trika Lewis, has been a source of strength and inspiration in providing the leadership for an important organization like that. Madam Speaker, this organization has brought hope to our citizens in homeless circumstances. 2 night shelters were built, one in Falmouth, one in Ocho Rios, at a cost of $42 million. The Clarendon night shelter was completed, and phase 2 of the King Street Transitional Center was completed at a cost of $40 million. This year, a new homeless facility. I broke ground in Port Antonio about 3 weeks ago. A new facility, see there, will be built at a cost of over $50 million, Madam Speaker. This is, in addition, Madam Speaker, to the 14 shelters announced by the Most Honorable Prime Minister in his budget presentation. The work has commenced with the National Housing Trust in identifying the lands across Jamaica for the construction of these facilities, Madam Speaker. This is a government, a caring, understanding government, Madam Speaker. While infrastructure projects and care services are provided for homeless persons, there is a beautiful story of hope and triumph. And I want members to listen to this. Since 2020,
Minister, based on the clock, your approximate time for speaking is almost expired, and I think you're going into a new topic that we would love to be very focused on listening to. So in keeping with the standing order, I'd allow the 20 seconds to run out. House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, to be precise, We'll do a little filibustering for the next 2 seconds to allow. Absolutely. Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking having been expired, I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Question is that the minister be allowed 45 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the beautiful story of Hope and Triumph is that since 2016, 66 of these homeless persons have been rehabilitated and reintegrated into their communities. Even better, Madam Speaker, they have become productive members of the society. Some are employed within the private and public sector. A few have become entrepreneurs through the efforts of the Board of Supervision. Some were trained at art. Another 20 previously homeless persons were successfully united with their family members who had early abandoned them. They are now employed in various places, including municipal corporations, the hotels, business processing outsource centers. 5 of them, Madam Speaker, are currently attending schools. 2 are pursuing law degree and software programming degree, Madam Speaker, respectfully. Shannon Stevenson is one of those individuals pursuing a law degree, and she's here with us this afternoon. Stand up and wave so that they can see you. Madam Speaker, the ultimate objective of the government intervention is to treat the homeless as temporary rather than permanent. To help the people who use this transitional facility to find or to rediscover their full potential, to help unite them with their family, so that everyone can enjoy a better life. Madam Speaker, I should say it, but I will. The homeless are vulnerable people. This government cares about them. When they came off the street, they enter into a night shelter, a transitional center, other outdoor facilities built by labor. No government under the watch. I want you to listen to this. No government under the watch of a GLP administration has ever kidnapped homeless people and mentally ill people, tie them up with rope, pepper spray them, push them into the back of a truck, drive them 45 miles from Montego Bay to Santa Cruz, and then dump them in a highly acid backside mud lake. That happened on the 15th of July, 1999, a day of total shame in the history of central and local government in modern Jamaica. It burned me to this day as local government practitioner that it has proven through a subsequent commission of inquiry that both low-level and senior-level employee of the then St. James Parish Council was involved in kidnapping 32 street people, 6 of whom who have not been found. Madam Speaker, we cannot undo the past, but the political leadership of this country and this side must create an environment where nothing more like this ever happen again in this country, Madam Speaker. This government respect our citizens. We will fulfill our duty of care to them, regardless of their circumstances. There are shareholders in the project, in Project Jamaica, the country of hope that this government has created and continue to build on since 2016. Through the various initiatives, Madam Speaker, we continue to provide infirmary care right across the country. Madam Speaker, amongst the greatest example of hope over trial are the children of the less fortunate. We are lifting them into prosperity through education, supporting them, again, managed by the Board of Supervision. Since 2019, and the House must understand how we care for these people. In 2019, 446 students received special awards and bursary for outstanding academic achievement in all sectors of their examination, Madam Speaker. 16 million was spent last year for school expenses for the registered children, while 3 million in grants and scholarships were officially awarded to 61 registered students who excelled in various subject areas, including tertiary education. These students are a source of pride to their family and the people of the poor relief system and to us in the ministry. I want to again especially recognize a bright spark from this year's scholarship award, Kezia Biles, Blight from Merle Grove High School, who is here with us. Stand and be acknowledged. A success story in our program. Madam Speaker, we care and we will continue, Madam Speaker, to do what is important to uplift the standard of every man and woman in this country. The Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management has made major contributions to the elevation of Jamaica's disaster profile through a wide range of programs and partnership in this regard. I want to focus the public attention on the project for the improvement of the early emergency communication system in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, a huge part of the emergency management period during and after disaster is an effective, dedicated communications network. In this respect, groundbreaking advancement has been made in implementing this project. The essential feature of these bilateral initiatives between the governments of Jamaica and Japan is the installation of a wireless communication system, related equipment to ensure swift and secure communications between critical agencies and vulnerable communities through a single communication network. Over $2 billion have been invested in this project, and I am pleased to advise that 15 early warning siren towers were built at Port Maria in St. Mary, Old Harbour Bay, Angels to Bagua Corridor in St. Catherine. This early warning system will transmit messages issued by ODPEM to residents and commuters in these vulnerable communities. It will also facilitate evacuation training and stimulation exercise in these communities. As a part of this project, 292 mobile radios have been installed in emergency vehicles to make our first responders better able to coordinate emergency response activity. Additionally, 120 base stations are now located at 14 integral community stations across the island. These include municipal corporations, public health departments, fire stations, police stations, hospitals. There is now a repeater microwave link, 24 repeater sites across the country, thereby extending Jamaica's emergency communication coverage to approximately 95%, Madam Speaker, the first time in our history. This is a very important bit of technology for maintaining communications with the most remote part of the country through every stage of disaster, from preparedness to recovery. This is a new day in emergency management. This has never happened before, Madam Speaker. The effective completion of this project could not have come at a better time, just before the start of the Atlantic hurricane season. Next month, the Japanese International Cooperation Agency is scheduled to officially hand over the disaster communication infrastructure to the government of Jamaica. This will coincide with the 60th anniversary of the bilateral relationships between the government and to mark 34 years of cooperation between JICA and Jamaica. I want to especially acknowledge and to thank the Japanese ambassador to Jamaica and the team from the Japanese embassy for the tremendous job that they have been doing. The government of Jamaica cherish this tremendous partnership and friendship, and we look forward to achieving greater things together in the years to come. Early warning flood system for Port Maria and St. Mary. In my last presentation, I indicated the government intend to initiate a flood warning mechanism for Port Maria as a part of the wider effort to protect property, especially the people of this extremely vulnerable town. This year, work will begin to install the flood hazard early warning system for Port Maria. Specifically, this will be comprised of 10 siren towers that can automatically, manually operate, 2 auto weather stations, and 2 rainfall intensity gauge in the watershed, which will be linked to the siren. Additionally, clear identifiable evacuation routes with appropriate signs will be developed to ensure rapid escape from flood-prone areas. ADPEM will undertake a public education awareness campaign. This, Madam Speaker, along with the residents and business owners, will be trained to manually operate the siren interpretation warning messages and take necessary actions to reduce the flooding on their homes and businesses through a special flood mitigation technique community disaster risk management group for Port Maria. This will be established, and I hope the Member of Parliament will play a critical role in that exercise. This project will be implemented at a cost of $17 million. I'm looking forward to the efficient and effective installation, and the commitment made is a commitment kept, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Social Development Commission, it cannot be overstated that this government is serious about elevating hope by ensuring that all Jamaicans feel connected to the significant economic and social changes being implemented across the country. The work of the Social Development Commission is invaluable. In this respect, the agency is making notable impact on our citizens' lives at the community level. In the last financial year, the agency successfully supported 49 community projects valued at $93 million, with infrastructure development, education, economic empowerment as their main objectives. These projects have a direct impact on nearly 157,000 people. They are a part of a drive to create economic incentives and opportunities within communities as a part of the community development objective. Additionally, the SDC issued 357 grants amounting to $19.6 million, a special entrepreneurial grant valued at $74.7 million to 149 small business owners in several communities. The local development support program conducted 154 training sessions for 416 local initiatives, Madam Speaker. This investment, Madam Speaker, in the work of the SDC continue to build and create young, upcoming businessmen, Madam Speaker. And this year, the government intends to increase further its funding support to the SDC to reach more communities and provide greater opportunities. The government is committed to building Jamaica community by community. Through the SDC, with the support of the Ministry of Education, youth summer camps have been established to instill positive values to our young people right across the country, Madam Speaker. So this year, Madam Speaker, and I know the member from St. Catherine will be pleased, through the SDC, they will be establishing 60 youth summer camps across Jamaica to give youngsters the opportunity to best interact, Madam Speaker. This, Madam Speaker, is an initiative that I'm urging members of Parliament to support in their various communities to ensure that members in their communities participate. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the government of Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, gave a commitment to the Jamaican people 8 years ago that we would change their lives for better. That hope was on the way. We have been honoring that promise every year since then. The government has delivered public service to more people in more communities than any other time, Madam Speaker. Men who felt isolated and feel as if life has no meaning has now become more focused because they have seen the work of the administration in dealing with the problems of the Jamaican people. This ministry is making strong contribution in this process by improving traditional services, by introducing new approaches to service delivery. Madam Speaker, last year, when the drought affected many communities into this year, the government, Madam Speaker, gave a commitment. We not only truck water to those areas, we develop a network of modern community-based water shops that have significantly lifted the standards of living and have brought dignity and hope. The government is not saying that water shops is the answer, but it is something far more than any other government has attempted in our history to ease the water crisis, Madam Speaker. And we continue to make inroads. This year, we'll be building water shops in Clarendon, Portland, Manchester, Atacas, of over $50 million, Madam Speaker. Our goal as a ministry is to elevate living standards by expanding minor water supplies. Our goal as a government is to provide all our citizens with pipe and portable water. We are determined to make hope flow like a river to all our citizens, Madam Speaker. Last year, we provided over $150 million for the trucking of water across the country. This year, we'll be providing an additional $170 million for the trucking of water to various communities across Jamaica, Madam Speaker. We are improving the living standards and bringing hope by rehabilitating parochial roads for our citizens. Last year, we repaired approximately 300 kilometers of these roads, Madam Speaker. This year, we'll be spending an additional $200 million more on these roads. This is in addition to the parochial roads that will be rehabilitated under the $20 billion Spark program, Madam Speaker, over the next 2 years. And Madam Speaker, let me make the point. The Spark program is not a replacement for the regular maintenance of roads that the municipal corporations have to do, Madam Speaker. So the money is there to continue the maintenance of roads. And I urge those, Madam Speaker, not to use the Spark program as an excuse not to carry out the work. The money is in the Ministry of Local Government, and once it is requested, it will be released to the various municipalities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will be restoring and expanding the work in our public cemeteries, Madam Speaker. And this, Madam Speaker, is something that I think that every Jamaican should sit back and look at. Madam Speaker, our cemeteries over the years have deteriorated. Last year, Madam Speaker, the government spent over $100 million on public cemeteries. This year, Madam Speaker, we'll be spending another $100 million, Madam Speaker, to clean and to maintain public cemeteries across the country. I urge Jamaicans, Madam Speaker, to join with us in bringing respect to the final resting place of our brothers and sisters. And we should, Madam Speaker, and I call on the country, I call on the House to support us in this effort, Madam Speaker, to restore pride and dignity to our public cemeteries across the country. Madam Speaker, the government has made an unprecedented effort to transform municipal buildings across the country. A couple of years ago, we concluded the construction of a new municipal building in Westmoreland. And last week, I had the pleasure of opening the Portmore Municipal Building built by labor at a cost of over $200 million, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, shortly, for the last 25 years, the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation has been operating in conditions that is unsuited. Nobody can feel proud about the facilities that the people in St. Thomas operate under. Madam Speaker, a commitment made back in 2017, shortly, the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation will be moving into a spanking brand new facility at the Goodyear facility in St. Thomas, Madam Speaker. The parish of St. Anne, Madam Speaker. We are now focusing our attention on building a brand new municipal building for the municipality of St. Anne. And the work have already started, Madam Speaker, on that facility, Madam Speaker, to get the work going, the designs and everything. So we are moving at a pace because we are providing these facilities, Madam Speaker, so that our local representatives can feel a sense of pride in where they sit to administer the affairs of the people that they represent. Madam Speaker, this administration has done more for councillors than any other administration in Jamaica. Nobody can question the sincerity of the Andrew Holness government when it comes on to supporting local government in a meaningful way. For the first time, we introduce administrative assistance support to councillors. So councillors would get funding either to rent an office or to pay for an administrative assistance. Madam Speaker, we value the work that these assistants have done. And this year, we will move the monthly allocation to $40,000 a month for councillors. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has to move. We have to be transforming the economy. 2 years ago, Minister Clark, after consultation, announced a project, Paint the City, Paint the Town. Over some 200 million was spent on that program. When you drive around some of our major towns in the country, you will see what the government as Prime Minister Andrew Holness have done, bringing life to the cities. Madam Speaker, we're back this year. And the government is providing another $100 million, but we'll be taking this into the communities across Jamaica, Madam Speaker, to give the communities a facelift so that the citizens can feel a sense of hope, happiness in living in Jamaica, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can't describe the smile on the faces of people when you hand them the keys, Minister Clark, to their indigent. Madam Speaker, when I became a councillor in 1977, indigent also used to get a little money to support. Yes, I'm 72 years old this year. 72. Madam Speaker, a little board house, Madam Speaker. Nothing is wrong with a board house. This government is thinking beyond that, Madam Speaker. And we have been building solid concrete structure, Madam Speaker. And we not only build these houses, Madam Speaker, we put furniture in them, Madam Speaker. This year, Madam Speaker, the government has provided another $150 million, Madam Speaker, to roll out more social houses. And we are going to, Madam Speaker, be putting in solar system. Wow. Energy saving. Madam Speaker, we did it already in one that we just opened. And Madam Speaker, these houses, Madam Speaker, will lift the standard of living for many Jamaicans. And this is something that every member in this house should support because it is bringing hope to persons who never had hope before. Madam Speaker, The government is working hard to rehabilitate markets, Madam Speaker. Our markets are in a bad condition. 98% of our markets are over 100 years old, Madam Speaker. And this administration, since 2016, has built 4 brand new markets, have renovated a lot more, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, a lot more needs to be done on our markets. We are providing, Madam Speaker, $500 million, Madam Speaker, for the renovation and the building of a brand new market in Alexandria, in St. Ann, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Brownstown Transportation Center, which I spoke about many years ago, and we have to wait till we build the economy to do all the things we're doing. And now the economy is at a stage where we can now build, Madam Speaker. Member of Parliament, the funds are available to commence the renovation of the Brownstown. Madam Speaker, coming down, we continue to improve public cleansing through historical investment in the collection of garbage units. The National Solid Waste Management Authority, Madam Speaker, will be focusing on removing old cars and other type of bulky waste, which are an eyesore and a public health problem to the country. Madam Speaker, we couldn't do it effectively before. When we took over in 2016, we inherited 2 broke-down crane trucks. That was of no use. Madam Speaker, the entity is now in a position to target abandoned vehicles, Madam Speaker. You have garage operators who have taken over the streets, operating garage 24/7 without any respect, Madam Speaker. I am saying, Madam Speaker, that the National Solid Waste Management Authority is now in possession of 4 brand new crane trucks, and I am announcing a massive island-wide derelict vehicle removal program that will be carried out shortly. In addition, Madam Speaker, we have obtained 8 specialized scout trucks that will collect solid waste from hard-to-reach communities across the country. This government will continue to change the face of Jamaica in a fundamental way. I urge this Parliament to give support. It is difficult, especially for those persons who are physically impaired and disabled, to access our sidewalks because used car owners take them over, garage operators take them over. It is creating a nightmare. And I call on the country to unite in this effort to rid our streets of this kind of danger, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to advise that this summer, in 2017, we created the Youth Summer Employment Program. This program has been a beacon of hope for young people. Over 40,000 young people have been professionally trained and deployed to help the ministry and the local authorities in implementing critical functions while earning a good income. This is an immensely popular program, the largest in the Caribbean. And we are being flooded with requests from youngsters about the details of this year. Madam Speaker, this government recognized the need, and I am pleased to announce that this year, the Youth Summer Employment Program for the first time will be employing 10,000 young people in Jamaica for the summer, for the first time, Madam Speaker. And the launch of this program will come shortly, Madam Speaker. Our projects, they will be assigned to the Jamaica Fire Brigade, to the SDC, to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, to all state agencies, Madam Speaker. Never before in the history of Jamaica has any government in any one given time has offered so much in terms of employment to our young people. This is a progressive government, Madam Speaker. Finally, all our projects and programs are bringing Jamaican people hope. H for human advancement. O for opportunity. P for progress at the personal and community level. And E means everyone will share in the better Jamaica that we are developing. No one will be left behind. Our philosophy of governance and our performance have elevated public expectations of us. We expect commendations, and I take a bow. We expect criticisms, and I take a bow also. That comes, Madam Speaker, as a result of the high standards that we have set. Madam Speaker, those of us who are boys, when you go to bush, those from the country, like Kingston, man, used to go in a Maple Cemetery, go pick coolie plum. I never stone a mango tree, Madam Speaker, that have green mango. Fluxy mango. Madam Speaker, we don't stone fluxy mango, Madam Speaker. Expectations are high, Madam Speaker. We will be working to fulfill them. The government is mission-oriented, focused. We still have the passion to serve. We have the vision, the vigor, the vim, and the vitality. On behalf of this government, I bring to you a new Jamaica, young and old. The evidence of our achievements today, the message of hope, and the commitment that we will continue to deliver a better tomorrow. You are someone you know have been positively touched by the work of this government. We will continue working until all our citizens are prouder, stand taller, because they live in the great Jamaica that we were elected to build. Madam Speaker, the book of Galatians 6, verse 9, says it best. So let us not become tired of doing good. For if we do not give up, the time will come when we will reap the harvest of this prosperity. I say to every Jamaican, keep being positive. Always be hopeful. We will achieve the Jamaican dream together. We have put the runs on the board, and we're still batting for you. This government's record is second to none and will never be erased by mischief makers, non-performers, and peddlers of false news. Greatness is in us and in our country. Under this government, our greatest days are near at hand under the skillful hands of Prime Minister Andrew Ellis. We are grateful of the Jamaican people for their confidence in us and for their future confidence that they will continue at the right time. We commit ourselves to continue the great work of building for you and your community. God bless Jamaica. God bless the people of Jamaica.
Well done, Desmond. Well done, my boy. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Very good, very good, very good, very good.
I get a roll?
Yes.
Members, the House is still in session.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we all agree that we have been treated to not only an eloquent presentation, but a truly powerful presentation by our Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, the next contributor to this very strong and ebullient debate that has ensued since we started, ebullient, will be the member from St. Catherine Southern, Mr. Fitzjackson.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues on both sides, it is my pleasure to participate in this year's sectoral presentation. Mr. Speaker, I must say thanks to my family, biological family, and my constituency family, and my party family of the People's National. Mr. Speaker, this is my 30th year in this Parliament. I hear someone talk about survival. Mr. Speaker, I owe my political survival to the team that I work with in South St. Catherine. Without them, I would not be here. I want to especially mention my councillors, Anthony Wint, Van Rick Preddy, Gary Nicholson, and the newest councillor of the Greater Portmore East Division, Achoy Gordon. And I must make mention of a couple of councillors who passed, regrettably, Ivan McCormack and Councillor Michael Edwards. Mayor Leon Thomas. And quite frankly, even at the risk of anyone feeling jealous, my assistant, Mildred Diedrich, she is my rock in South St. Catherine throughout the many years. Mr. Speaker, While we honestly cannot say this presentation will play a part in the appropriations for this financial year, I do hope that my remarks will serve to impact how the expenditures are made and hope that they will impact the lives of our people in a more positive and meaningful way. After all, that is what public expenditures ought to be about, making people's lives better. Above all, I hope the manner in which the expenditures are made will make the quality of life of our people that much better. And this brings me to the core of my presentation, making a quality society. Before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I will make some remarks about Portmore, for which I have special responsibility. And permit me, when the leader of the opposition announced my portfolio assignment, many smiled. What is this? Never heard anything like that. Yes, the question is. Very important work. The portfolio that I have been assigned is part of the theme of the People's National Party, of good governance and accountability, for which the special responsibility of Portmore becomes central in light of what we saw began to happen by this government to the people of Portmore. Mr. Speaker, there have been much talk by the government about designating Portmore a parish. On the surface of it, it seems a very simple thing, which no one should be detained by. Regrettably, it is not. Rather, Mr. Speaker, it's a sinister attempt to reintroducing that age-old and universally abandoned practice of gerrymandering the parish boundaries of St. Catherine. This sinister and anti-democratic relic of gerrymandering would reverse the arrangements of a municipal structure lobbied and fought for by the residents and stakeholders of Portmore. A structure that emanated from years of widespread consultations across the length and breadth of Portmore. The people did not create the Portmore municipality. The PNP did not create the Portmore municipality. The PNP merely facilitated the expressed desire and aspiration of the people of Portmore to have their wisdom and intellect prescribe what they want. Absolutely. Yes, it is a fact that the PNP has been more successful at the polls generally, more than the JLP has been. The PNP administration facilitated that realization because we respect the will and the intelligence of the people we serve. And because we don't see ourselves as their masters, but as their servants. Interestingly, in this same construct, since 2003, the JLP has won control of the Spanish Town municipality once, because the political pendulum had swung in their favor. That was in 2007. It was the JLP administration, led by the then Prime Minister Golding, who had flown the idea of making Portmore into a parish during the campaign leading up to the 2007 general elections. However, I gather that after assessment of a requested extensive study done by the EOJ, the idea was abandoned for the rest of the term of their office. Not having ever won a majority of the seats in the Portmore municipality, and only winning the mayorship there once, the current administration decided to use its parliamentary majority to unilaterally manipulate the boundaries of the two Portmore parliamentary seats and separating Portmore from the parish of St. Catherine. In so doing, they sought to unilaterally determine constituency boundaries by removing communities that traditionally voted for the PNP. They seek to go further and separate Portmore from the rest of St. Catherine. By removing the Portmore councillors from St. Catherine municipality, they figure their chances of taking control of that municipality would be improved. This plot was clear to us from the very beginning, and we said so. And this was continuously denied by the government. Then, alas, the former senior cabinet minister and member from Southwest St. Catherine, in celebration of the sinister plot, affirmed publicly that the JLP will take control of the St. Catherine municipality and will not lose the East Central seat ever again, because they now will be getting the boundary changes they wanted. On record. On record. Mr. Speaker, the public statement since then was never refuted by the Prime Minister. Never refuted by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I sought to table questions in this House to the Prime Minister on that matter. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker denied me from tabling those questions to the Prime Minister. Denied me of tabling those questions to the Prime Minister. Subsequent to the former cabinet minister's revelation and presumed embarrassment to the government, the Prime Minister announced on January 17th this year at the groundbreaking ceremony for the Portmore Resilience Park that the government would not proceed with the sinister plan before the upcoming local government elections. And widespread consultation would precede any further steps. We applauded that decision and was happy that good sense prevailed, at least for a while. Mr. Speaker, to the residents' surprise and without any notice, shortly after the recent local government elections, the Prime Minister, in a seeming vexed mood, announced in this House that the government will make Portmore into a parish. The same announcement that said consultations will take place. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the Prime Minister was fraught with deep disappointment from the massive defeat in the recent elections in Portmore. After investing so much effort in visits to various sections of Portmore leading up to the elections. For my over 30 years involvement in elections in Portmore, I have never seen so many visits leading up to any elections, and more so a local government election. At least 9 such visits within an approximate 2-month period. The margin of victory of all PNP seats won were the largest ever over the last 20 years, including that of the mayor, which is right across all 12 divisions of all 3 parliamentary seats in Portmore, even without the areas being kept out of the current recommended boundaries by the EOJ from 2011. Mr. Speaker, the construct we have in Portmore is in fact different from what prevailed elsewhere, and it reflects what the people wanted. Among those things is Portmore remaining part of St. Catherine and directly electing their own mayor, and not one selected from among the party having a majority. Mr. Speaker, all it is, one parish with 2 separate local municipality authorities. This is opposite to the one municipality of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation with 2 separate parishes. Both cases are very different, but fulfilling the particular circumstances that prevail. Mr. Speaker, the People's National Party position is clear. The present construct of the Portmore municipality represents the express will of the people and must be respected. If they, the people, through adequate and transparent process of consultation, clearly indicate they wish to have some changes to what they created, so shall it be. Anything less than that will be resisted by the People's National Party in the streets or in the courts if necessary.
That's right.
What is being pursued, Mr. Speaker, by the government goes far beyond just Portmore, which seeks to turn back what this country has achieved over the past 44 years in detribalizing our electoral process. It is a regrettable and dangerous retrograde path that all well-thinking and decent persons must resist. Mr. Speaker, we know what happened in the 80s. We know what happened with the tribalized politics. Yes. And we on both sides have worked together to create the EOJ, to non-tribalize the creation of political boundaries. 44 years going, we have achieved that. Why this government would want to turn that back? I ask. Yes, it is my beef. Mr. Speaker, it is all about preserving our hard-earned democratic process in this country and respect the will and desire of the residents of Portmore who are being treated with contempt. Evil prevails when good people fail to act. We will act. In recent times, we hear the Prime Minister saying that his government is a listening government. Great. Recently in this House, I listened to a presentation by the Prime Minister, and no less than 13 times he said how much his government is listening to the people. I reflected and I wondered what the Prime Minister and his government has against the people of Portmore. Why he refuses to listen to us? After all, every time he comes to Portmore to speak to us, we are always respectful and courteous, even when we strongly disagree at times. Mr. Speaker, some years ago, Mr. Speaker, the matter of Portmore, you see, he has lost his fiver since February 26. All fivers. And he has seen the writing on the wall. And those are not my words. The numbers speak for itself. The numbers speak for itself. Mr. Speaker, some years ago, I listened to the late Dr. the Honorable Barbara Gludon, playwright and popular talk show host, responding to a caller to her show about an experience had in dealing with an entity. I cannot recall if it was a public or private entity, and it really doesn't matter, because it was all about how the person was treated. Yeah. At the end, with a broken spirit, Mrs. Glodon remarked, and I want you to listen carefully, "We may not become a wealthy country, but we can become a quality nation by how we treat each other." Mr. Speaker, colleagues all, those words, those remarks have been etched, imprinted in my mind ever since, and further serve to strengthen my own resolve as a Jamaican in my private and public life. In this regard, I implore us all to adopt a similar resolve, even in part. Mr. Speaker, I cannot speak about a quality nation without registering my shared disappointment in the treatment inflicted on the former clerk of this House, Mrs. Valerie Curtis. For over my own tenure of 30 years in this House, never have I seen such unfortunate action against a staff of this Parliament. And one that has provided the quality service that the Speaker and others have openly spoken of. This treatment, Mr. Speaker, has left a stain on the reputation of the Speaker's chair. And no subtle attempt at avoidance will cause it to disappear. Only a straight and unequivocal public apology can make for sanitizing what was done to her. By the Speaker's action, I implore the Speaker to do the right thing. The Lord will bless her for doing so, and we all will say amen. Mr. Speaker, we did not arrive where we are just so. We have journeyed through many epochs. For the majority of us Jamaicans, we never first arrive here on our own choice or from a pursuit of a better life. Unfortunately, we came here out of a deliberate and inhumane design of others, bound in chains and shackles. Some came as indentured laborers, some from voluntary purchase of their passage. But we're all here. We're all here. So, we have gone through enslavement and colonial rule, adult suffrage rule, and now our present post-colonial epoch. Prior to our independence, the priority and focus were never about making the lives of those without privileges any better and making our society better for all, or even the majority. It was all about extracting the most, every penny, every cent, every dollar, for the few of power, privileges, and those so connected. For some, this is a very unfortunate truth that cannot be successfully challenged. The fact will not be elaborated on at this time. Rather, I invite us to lend our minds to how we can mitigate this reality. Not necessarily for total amelioration, but towards getting us that much closer to being a better society. Mr. Speaker, let me give the benefit of doubt to everyone and every political administration since adult suffrage, and particularly since our independence in 1962. This may be a challenge for some, but it's a challenge, I submit, we should muster the courage to take on. I'm not naive to think that desired goals are going to be achieved overnight or necessarily in the short term. All I am asking is for us to start. And if we had started before, let us deepen that resolve and press harder, as we have much catching up to do. If we continue to fail in doing so, posterity will judge us harshly. We in this House, Mr. Speaker, have been privileged to sit in this place and occupy positions of leadership to impact our country positively. I often impress on new members of this House, from both sides, that we all will become former MPs, former minister, former prime minister. We all will become former. We will all leave the office either from being fired by the electors, falling out of favor with our political party, retirement, or death, or wheeled out. Upon becoming former, we will never be able to undo what we did or failed to do while we occupy the offices we held or now hold. And guess what? If we we can't blame anyone or any party. It will all make for our legacy for the rest of our lives, our families, and those who trusted us, and those who had hope in us. Mr. Speaker, now for some specific things that I believe we can do towards achieving that quality society that Mrs. Gludan hoped that we would become. And I will proffer just 3 such areas to make my point. Public transportation. As uncomfortable as it may be, we all must accept that the current mode of public transportation is extremely below what could be deemed reasonable and acceptable for the great majority of our people. The sad truth, Mr. Speaker, all the persons responsible for making decisions on public transportation are not users of that service. Is it why it remains in the state it has been in and allowed to deteriorate over the years? Lack of fiscal space has become the instant explanation for all things lacking. Or is it the lack of empathy for those not fortunate as we to have a motor vehicle at our immediate disposal? I will not render judgment here. Rather, I invite us all to just ask ourselves that question, guided by our own conscience and honesty. Mr. Speaker, the concept and intentions behind the JUTC's creation was no doubt to modernize that service for our everyday commuters. Regrettably, our people using the public transport system, in most part, are subject to a mere modern-day slave ship-type transportation experience. They arrive at work in the morning beaten and tired from the exhausting long wait time at the bus stops, jammed in buses and taxis. Yet, we expect them to be pleasant, cooperative, and civil productive workers. When they repeat the experience returning home, we expect them to be attentive parents and homemakers, and generally good community citizens. Mr. Speaker, I can relate to this. During the time of election, when we do our house-to-house visits, everyone knows that my constituency is predominantly made up of people coming from Kingston back home. So I usually meet them on their return home. I see firsthand the level of exhaustion. Sometimes you feel guilty to even want to engage them in a conversation, knowing what they have gone through to get home at that time of the evening. It's a real challenge, Mr. Speaker. All this prevails while we speak of outstanding economic performances year after year. In doing so, the government and the country is telling our fellow Jamaicans who are on the receiving end of these services that are presided over that it's okay. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I submit that no government from either side of this aisle do not have the moral authority to claim we are doing well in the economic management of our country when those situations in our public transport system prevails on an ongoing basis. The next, Mr. Speaker, is garbage collection. And I listened to the presentation from the Minister of Local Government, and I welcome what he has announced in terms of the new trucks and all that he's doing to make it better. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, that challenge is beyond the portfolio minister because of what it takes as a country to get us there. So as well-intentioned as the minister might be, what we do, and I'm speaking across administration, is just not sufficient. Garbage collection is one such area I think that is in a crisis. Yes, a simple thing like garbage collection. I have deliberately pointed to garbage collection and not waste management, though they are bound together. While the management of the waste can be negatively impacting on residents, it is the failure or significant weaknesses in the collection phase of domestic garbage that is most impacting on the everyday life of most Jamaicans, particularly those in urban centers. Not only is the pileup of garbage unsightly and ugly, but unhealthy for all and the more vulnerable and unable among us. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot manage matters which badly affect our people's lives that are static, fixed, how can we expect to find and apprehend criminals on the loose that are affecting the quality of life of our people? Something is just not right. While we may provide eloquent explanations that soothe our sense of intellectual prowess, the everyday Jamaicans frown at us and condemn us. And we hear that in their often utterances. Them take people for fool. Them think we are idiot. The third of the three, Mr. Speaker, is access to potable water. Simple to appear, but a very critical and profound element in every Jamaican's daily life. Where there is water shortage, when there is water shortage in the corporate area and those in the immediate surrounding, it becomes an immediate national crisis. Regrettably, this national crisis is the everyday reality of many rural communities, year after year. I must be very frank, Mr. Speaker, when I visit the rural constituencies of some of my colleagues, I am distressed by what I see. Quite frankly, mine is not in that at that stage. But what I see prevail in many rural constituencies is an indictment on us as a country. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not in any way suggesting that successive administrations have not done anything towards changing this regrettable situation. All I'm saying is that it is a crisis that has been lasting for just too long, having too many Jamaicans of the least means in desperate circumstances. Again, this is amidst administrations celebrating we having outstanding achievements in the management of our country and the abundance of prosperity. There is no nexus between these utterances and their reality. Put another way, a deep disconnect prevails between us
Mr. Speaker, the member's time having expired, I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently to allow him to complete his presentation, having regard to the sense that he has of the timing that we try to apply to these presentations. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of extensive surveys done by the National Water Commission, the Water Resources Authority, and other related entities on the demand and available water supplies across the country. For a country deemed to be one of wood and water, too many communities across the country remain without reliable potable water for years now. Yet, I have not heard of a comprehensive plan to resolve this unacceptable situation, and importantly, over some determined time period, given that there are available engineering competencies around, locally or internationally. Yes, such will be a very costly venture, but one that will finally afford every Jamaican, or at least many Jamaicans, that are unable to provide such for themselves, a provision that is critical to a basic quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I reject any suggestion that these basic and fundamental provisions that can impact the day-to-day life of every Jamaicans across the length and breadth of our country are not achievable. We had the audacity and the courage to transform transportation across Jamaica from winding roads through valleys and along cliff edges to safe and efficient highways and toll roads. We never had the capacity to instantly do it, but through vision, will, and application, the transformation was set in motion and is being accomplished. Interestingly, it is being accomplished across political administrations. This reaffirms that radical and positive transformations can take place even amidst political competitiveness. Another area, Mr. Speaker, that we believe makes for that quality nation is not just in the services that we provide, but also what we stand for in the world and before the world. I dare to say, most, if not all, Jamaicans proudly say, we little but we talawa. The respect and regard we have earned across the globe is not merely from our proven prowess in track and field, music, etc., but because of the bold and principled stance we have consistently taken on matters of justice, against oppression in its varied forms, even when it is the powerful and mighty that are the perpetrators. This tradition we must never resile from. Mr. Speaker, if we do not stand up for what is right and just, when it is being perpetrated against others, we have no moral right to expect others to stand with us or for us when we are on the receiving end. We stood up for the people of South Africa and across the southern coast of Africa when the perpetrators of apartheid were upon them. We did so not just because they were our brothers and sisters, but because our moral compass and sense of humanity never allowed us to just stand by and do nothing, or say the least at best. Instead, we were among the strongest and the loudest on the world stage, with a resolve many times larger than our physical size. The modern day and current genocide of hundreds and thousands of babies, children, women, and the elderly in the Gaza are disgraceful, cruel, and criminal. Where is our voice in the United Nations, other international forums? Are we just there enjoying and celebrating the titles of membership and of offices? We certainly have not been hearing even a whisper of agitation on behalf of our fellow brothers and sisters in our human family. Mr. Speaker, have we lost our soul? Have we exchanged our soul for some short-term benefits, personal or otherwise, given our promise from those who are perpetrating the genocide and their complicit allies against the people in the Gaza and elsewhere? Mr. Speaker, our continued silence on these matters is out of sync with our established and respected international reputation, for which I earlier made mention. To remain silent on these matters can only serve to make us complicit in their continuance. We cannot sit back out of fear of retribution of the perpetrators and just say, I saw the thing said. While we must deliberately seek to ensure that we create a society here in our own country that recognizes the imperative of non-discrimination against class, race, gender, and age, etc. However, like all decent Jamaicans, we are saddened by the government's deafening silence and the lack of advocacy in defense of the systemic victims of racism and genocide. Our commitment and obligation to such ideals and aspirations must not be drowned in the Caribbean Sea around us. It must echo across the borders, wherever we speak in the world. Mr. Speaker, the historic stance of the People's National Party against racism has never been from a position of convenience, but one of principle for which we will never resile or acquiesce. Close to us is a recent case of the racist remarks by a UK firm doing business with the Jamaican government. It has been confirmed that the beneficial owner of that UK company has made strong racist remarks against a black UK member of Parliament who is of Jamaican parentage. It is close to us because profits from Jamaican taxpayers here are nurturing such businesses to propagate their racism against our own people. Mr. Speaker, we applaud the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the public statement condemning the reported racist and sexist remarks about our Jamaica Member of Parliament in the UK, Ms. Diane Abbott, by the head of the Phoenix Partnership. However, this does not go far enough. To rely on the company to take quote-unquote appropriate action against its beneficial owner goes nowhere. Mr. Speaker, Jamaicans and many others across the world making entry into the UK, the US, and other countries, their entry is predicated on their non-support for terrorist organizations and any individuals or entities so engaged. Mr. Speaker, the next People's National Party administration will promulgate provisions that will require all foreign bidders to government contracts to declare any participation in any racist practices in any jurisdiction that they have operated in or currently operating in. If they have been so involved or found to be so involved, they will be disqualified. The provisions will be as such that they indemnify the government of Jamaica of any financial liabilities resulting from the termination of such contracts, along with other necessary safeguards. We must stand up for the principles we truly believe in. We must restore and preserve our dignity as a sovereign people and nation. Let us be respected for the quality people we are out of a quality society, which we seek to build and preserve. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica must never become a source of financial opportunities for racists of any nationality. Mr. Speaker, the sentiments expressed here are dear to me and are just a small part of what my party, the People's National Party, holds dearly and which defines us. Even if we at times appear to drift from them, they nonetheless remain part of our DNA. It is our abiding commitment to fight for what is right and just, and more so, to defend and protect those amongst us who are least able to stand up for themselves, and even against the most powerful around us. Mr. Speaker, it is those undergirding principles that have driven me in my own political and parliamentary journey to try to ensure that the biggest citizen of Jamaica, which is the Jamaican state, is fair and just in how it treats its citizens. Amen. It is those principles that have imposed a duty on me to agitate for a minimum service package for depositors in institutions licensed by the government, elected to protect the everyday Jamaican, the pensioners, the poor, the marginally employed, the micro, small, and medium-sized business operators, to protect their little, their much, from the super-rich multi-billionaires who are being allowed to even breach the laws with impunity at the expense of our everyday Jamaican. Mr. Speaker, imagine a gardener getting paid a check for $1,500 from a teacher or a nurse to cut her yard. The bank takes $385 out of the $1,500 and leaves him with $1,115, almost 1/3. That 1/3 is to ensure the bank owners and their agents, top executives, reap multiple billion-dollar salaries and benefits at the expense of that gardener, living from one yard he cuts to the next, hand to mouth. Imagine the case of the man in Manchester who was keeping a cow for sale when his ailing and beloved mother dies, in order to put her to rest in a dignified way amidst widespread cow stealing in his area. He sold the cow and deposited the proceeds of the sale in the bank, only to discover a few years later, when he went to deposit the proceeds from the sale of a calf he had, that most of the funds for his mother's burial was eroded by the bank's dormancy fee charges. So he ran from the cow thief and he ran into the bank, where he lost his funds. And we preside over that, and we do nothing. Mr. Speaker, it is those principles that have driven me to table in this House the motion which escaped defeat recently, that allowed for a resolution of this House that mandated the Bank of Jamaica to promulgate minimum operating standards for ATMs by our banks that seek to ensure reliable access of account holders to their hard-earned funds. Funds, Mr. Speaker, that are essential to our people being able to access and to enjoy a quality life from the funds that they have earned or saved. I remain fixed in optimism and hope, and that good sense will prevail. And this Parliament, in this session, will absolve itself of past unfortunate actions and pass the bill sitting on the order paper for a few years now that will provide greater protection and some real prosperity to account holders to complement those now being benefited from the resolution on ATMs. Not to do so, Mr. Prime Minister, will only serve to confirm that the ATM's resolution passage was in fact an escape and not a genuine attempt to protect ATM users. Mr. Speaker, it is our profound belief that a quality life in a quality nation is a far greater goal and ideal to achieve than a prosperity achievable just by a few among us. Let us commit and recommit towards pursuing this possibility, which is quite achievable. As I have reminded before, we have already demonstrated as a people that we can, and we have done it before. Let's do it again. I thank you.
I love the story.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Speaker, I think we really want to thank the member from St. Catherine Southern for what ended up being a very solid, quiet, and effective presentation. I think that I think that is the first time we've really seen him in this mood, and perhaps it might augur well for him in the future. Thank you, a member from St. Catherine Southern. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for a recommittal of the item statement by ministers so as to allow the Prime Minister to make a statement. And so just ahead of that, I beg to move also for the suspension of the sectoral debate to Wednesday, yes, 29th of May, when the speakers will be the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Science and Technology, yes, and also the yes, Darrell is tomorrow. And of course, it is. Just to make sure that we have it right, yes. When the speakers will be the Minister of Labour and Social Security, the Honourable Pernell Charles, and the member from Southwest, St. Andrew, Dr. Angela Brownberg. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the sectoral debate be suspended until Wednesday the 29th at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Public business.
Speaker, as I indicated earlier, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item statement by ministers so as to allow the Prime Minister to make a statement. May it please you.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to provide an update on the government's effort to build water resilience in Western Jamaica amidst the ongoing chronic drought facing Western parishes in particular. There can be no doubt that the citizens and indeed businesses in Negril have suffered disproportionately from the recent drought. Your government understands the impact on all stakeholders, residents, children, schools, businesses, hotels in the region, and indeed all stakeholders. Farmers have also borne a heavy burden across all Western parishes, but in particular in southern St. Elizabeth, the government continues to put drought mitigation measures in place to reduce the impact. Mr. Speaker, the immediate short-term response to droughts in Jamaica invariably includes trucking of water. Increasing the capacity to accelerate our emergency response has been a major focus of the NWC and Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Last year, we added 8 trucks to the NWC's fleet, and we are now in the process of procuring an additional 8 trucks as we speak. Mr. Speaker, previous to my announcement of a national drought mitigation initiative in April in this Honourable House, members should recall that in February, $30 million was allocated to the NWC to facilitate trucking in Brownstown, St. Anne, in Westmoreland, and in Hanover. It became apparent last month with data from the Met Service that the existing arrangement would not be sufficient to respond to the current drought. As such, I announced that the government had allocated $150 million to facilitate the trucking of water to communities that are experiencing water challenges due to the current dry conditions. 50 constituencies, mostly in rural areas, are benefiting from the support of the government of Jamaica, with each constituency receiving a minimum of 1.5 million Jamaican dollars. Additionally, constituencies in Clarendon have received an additional allocation of $2.5 million each, with $5 million being allocated for the corresponding municipal corporations. The Hanover East and West constituencies were also allocated an additional $2.5 million each, with the municipal corporation receiving $7.5 million to facilitate additional trucking. This was in addition to allocations of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development, which allocated $100 million for trucking to the municipal corporations for affected communities. I go through this excruciating detail to make the point that this government has probably been the most responsive government to deal with drought. We did it last year, we did it the year before. Whenever we are faced with a drought, a natural phenomenon, we have responded, and we have responded significantly. I will be the first to say, Madam Speaker, that the response is not meant to make a political point. We are not saying that because we have responded, people are not suffering from drought. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying, Madam Speaker, is that within the resource constraint of the country, within the budget of the country, we have made allocations such that we can ease and cushion the burden to persons who are without the precious commodity of water. It's not the full solution, it's not the complete solution, but it does ease the pressure on schools, on hospitals, on other public institutions where they are affected with lack of water. It helps the households who have no water. And I want to stress this point, Madam Speaker, that the government hears the complaints, we understand the issues, and we respond in significant ways. It's not a complete solution, but it responds to the immediate needs of the people. Madam Speaker, we have been receiving complaints of favoritism in the distribution of water through trucking. And I've raised this point here because we are allocating significant resources. When you put everything together, we are close to, well, we are more than $300 million in allocation for drought response. But it is disturbing when I go into some areas and we hear complaints that the truck is only stopping at some people's gate. The truck doesn't come to the community, it stops down the road. Somebody called the truckman and he's diverted to somewhere else. All of that reduces the effort and impact of the government's expenditure. We are spending the resources are being allocated, and the people who should benefit may not get the benefit because some greedy person, some connected person, some unscrupulous person has diverted the benefit from the people. And we have heard this complaint over and over and over again. And so as I have the national stage addressing the issue, for those persons who have been affected by this favoritism in the distribution of water or some kind of corrupt activity in diverting water for which funds have been allocated, I have directed the NWC to establish a hotline and an email dedicated to receive these complaints, and as soon as the complaints are brought to the attention of the NWC, we will pass them on to MOCA for investigations to be done to bring charges and prosecution against persons who have been identified in this regard. Madam Speaker, we take it very seriously. There should be no corruption or favoritism in the distribution of water. And whilst having the national platform and discussing the issue of water, Madam Speaker, I want to highlight as well that even though we have increased the allocation and we have more trucks distributing the commodity, we must maintain the highest standard of water quality. This is water for drinking purposes, potable water. And so the Ministry of Health and Wellness and NEPA and the NWC, they have programs to monitor the water standard and to certify the trucks to ensure that these emergency interventions do not compromise public health. I know there have been complaints that we don't have enough trucks and we are excluding trucks from the delivery schedule because they are not certified. It is a challenge, Madam Speaker, but I want the public to be assured that the government will not compromise its standards in the delivery of potable water through trucking. The public can have confidence that the water that they are getting is safe for human consumption. Nevertheless, we always would recommend that whatever water you get, though it is safe in the truck, but between the truck and your home, when you put it in buckets and so forth, you should always, where possible, do some other form of sterilization, whether you're going to boil the water or you have the water tablets. You should always take those precautions. Madam Speaker, as I previously reported, the drought situation in Negril has been of great concern. And Madam Speaker, since my last update, the National Water Commission has been diligently working to implement measures to alleviate the impact of the drought and ensure the availability of water for the Negril community. All of Jamaica, and especially citizens in Negril, should, however, be aware that this drought, at its worst, reduced inflows into the systems which service Negril. And this impact, Madam Speaker, would be in the magnitude of a reduction of 3 million gallons daily, almost 50% of the source capacity that supplies Negril with water. Let me say it again, Madam Speaker. The people in Negril are literally suffering. That's a term that I would use to describe it. I hear the complaints, they come to me directly. I get the emails, the text messages, the telephone calls, and I have met some of the people. There is no question of the great discomfort that they are experiencing now and expense in trying to find ways to mitigate the problem of lack of water. But, Madam Speaker, the conversation needs to be completed because it is not entirely a man-made problem. We are in a drought. The watershed that supplies the system from which we source the water, that has been impacted by the drought. So the area from where we draw the water has been impacted to the magnitude of just about 3 million gallons of water daily, less than they would have. So Negril is essentially at the peak of the drought, operating at 50% on average of its capacity. So you can imagine what that challenge is. Madam Speaker, in the last update, I outlined several measures that would be taken in the short, medium, and long term. I'm happy to report that there has been some progress despite the ongoing challenges. As at today, the short-term measures implemented to assist with the situation in Negril have returned approximately 1.2 million gallons to the network daily, reducing the shortfall by 40%. Additionally, with the recent increases in rainfall in the area, the impact of the drought has been reduced by a further 20%. These numbers do not bring comfort to the areas which are still reeling from the impacts. But it is important that citizens be made aware that progress is indeed being made. I still receive all the calls from disgruntled residents when they don't have water. Some who didn't have water before, and I know there are residents who continue to be on a rationing system of water by virtue of scheduled water disruptions. I would say to these citizens that I understand your challenge. I am more than sympathetic, I'm empathetic. The government takes it very seriously, and we are working assiduously to address the problems. So I want to give hope to the residents of Negril that your water situation is a priority for the government, and we are addressing it. And, Madam Speaker, that progress is being made. Madam Speaker, as reported previously, the Logwood water system serves as a primary source of water supply for residents, businesses, and tourist establishments in Negril. It provides potable water to meet the basic needs of the local population and to support economic activity in the region. The Logwood plant is currently operating at 4.2 million gallons daily, and that is 60% of the maximum 7 million gallons at which it could operate at full capacity. This represents an increase from Monday, May 6, 2024, when the plant was operating at 45%. So improvement is happening in the volume of water that is returning to the plant. This increased supply, due to increased rainfall, will see better supply to the communities of West End and Whitehall. Madam Speaker, in January of this year, the NWC procured a new standby generator to minimize frequent power outages at the Logwood plant when there is a low voltage situation. I am pleased to report that this standby generator is now fully installed and working well at the facility. Madam Speaker, I should just explain here for residents, citizens, consumers, customers of the NWC to understand that the NWC relies heavily on the electricity supply from the JPS. We are developing, the NWC is the biggest customer of the JPS, but the NWC is developing renewable energy capacity in solar and other methods of generating electricity, which will help its own supply and reduce its bill. We have also introduced new pumps, which are energy saving, that will reduce the bill. And in areas where the electricity supply is unreliable, as in this area which I have just spoken about, unreliable because it's a single-phase supply. The pumps are usually required double and triple phase because of the electricity that it pulls. But in this particular instance, whenever the pump goes down, even if it went down for 10 minutes, let's say you've lost electricity supply for 10 minutes, you will be without water for possibly 4 hours. Because if you consider it, once the pump stops, the water that is in the pipe to get to your home, that will run out. The water that has to be pulled back into the storage, that runs out. So the pump, when it restarts, has to fill the storage and then pump back to your house. It has to backfill the pipes. So a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break leads to multiple, of the time it would take for the electricity to return. So managing breaks in electricity supply is a critical element of ensuring reliable water supply. And that has been a problem in a particular area in Negril. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we have invested in putting in this backup supply, power supply, to ensure that the residents of this particular area who get supply from the Logwood plant, that the break in water distribution is minimized. Madam Speaker, in my last update, I advised that the National Water Commission would undertake major maintenance works at the Great River Treatment Plant, which normally serves areas in both St. James and Hanover. The decalcification or pigging process of the Great River plant is now complete. The images showing the scrubbing of the pipeline, if you could go back to the previous image, to remove calcium buildup in the pipe from the main pipeline, which carries water from the river source to the NWC plant, are now being displayed on the screen. The dirt-like buildup reduces the inner size of the pipe, which means less water gets to the plant. Madam Speaker, following the decalcification process, we have now increased the carrying capacity of the raw water pipes that that carry water from the Great River. The higher yield of 4 million gallons as a result of this clearing of the internal calcification of the pipe has facilitated increased volumes, which is now available to areas in Hanover and to augment Logwood, the operation at the Logwood plant. In essence, Madam Speaker, this will allow the water being distributed from the Logwood plant to be primarily reserved for the communities in West End, or rather reserved for the communities to the west from Green Island to Negril. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure the image is being displayed of the calcification buildup in the pipes. Next. Next, that image. So the image that is presently being showed shows 3 inches of buildup in some sections of the 32-inch diameter pipeline, which limits the carrying capacity of the pipeline by 20%. So that is what we have taken out of the pipes. So essentially, Madam Speaker, what they do is they have a piece of equipment that they put in the pipe, and it goes through and cores out that calcified material, and that increases the volume in the pipe. So before, the residents were only getting 80% or less of the capacity of the pipe. Now they're getting the full 100% capacity of the pipe. So the supply to Negril has been improved by virtue of this activity. Madam Speaker, the government committed to assess what would be required by way of capital works to ensure adequate water supply and storage for our schools in Hanover and Westmoreland. The Rural Water Supply Limited is in dialogue with the Ministry of Education and Youth and has commenced this process of assessing the water storage needs of our schools. In addition, the National Water Commission has increased monitoring and the rate of trucking to our educational institutions to ensure there is no learning loss related to water shortage. Madam Speaker, 3 major leaks were identified and repaired between April 2022, 2024 and May 3rd, 2024. A 4th leak was found at Salt Creek Bridge, and work is at 50% to replace the leaking main along that bridge. And, Madam Speaker, when this is done, all 4 leaks is done, this will provide a savings of 1.2 million gallons of water, which will improve the supply to Negril. Madam Speaker, we have been receiving numerous calls about the leak at Salt Creek Bridge. It's visible. The pipe that is leaking runs on the side of the bridge, so as people drive past, they will see the water spewing. And it is a puzzle as to why the NWC could not respond immediately to stem the leaky main. And I too questioned it and interrogated the technical experts at the NWC. And they pointed out, Madam Speaker, that first of all, the pipe is under significant pressure. The pipe is on a bridge. And I don't know if you have ever been on a bridge and a vehicle is driving over it. The bridge actually vibrates, which is a design feature of the bridge. And so the pipe that runs along the bridge is also under pressure from the water, but it is also vibrating with the bridge. And so it requires specially made joints and couplings, and those were not available in stock in Jamaica. We had to import them. In fact, we flew them in, and they have just landed in the island. Work is underway, and so we now have the right parts to repair it. Now, doing those 4 repairs will save 1.2 million gallons of wasted water daily. So again, we have increased the capacity of the system in Negril by doing these activities. Furthermore, work to replace and upgrade the distribution main on the west end has commenced. Citizens in that area would have seen the delivery of pipes yesterday and the arrival of heavy equipment on the site. These works on both the Salt Creek Bridge and the West End distribution lines will be completed within 3 weeks. There will inevitably be some dislocation related to these works, but we ask for the public's patience as we deliver improved water supply for the greater Negril area. Madam Speaker, as a side note, the community of West End Negril should be aware that once this pipe work is complete, the National Works Agency will commence the resurfacing works, and which are badly needed in that area, especially in the vicinity of my yard. I don't know that area or that place, but in that vicinity. And the contractors have already been mobilized. Madam Speaker, it should be clear that the varying water systems from as far as Martha Brae and Trelawney are all interconnected and therefore impact each other. The systems along this corridor are grossly inadequate by way of carrying capacity and are heavily degraded. St. James and Hanover have long suffered as a result. Citizens in eastern St. James suffered once again last week as the line from Martha Brae broke, damaging vehicles and properties. Madam Speaker, from time to time, pipes will break because they are under significant pressure. And what is happening is that, Madam Speaker, is that we are being asked to put more volume of water through old pipelines, through narrow pipelines, and that increased pressure because there's greater demand on the system. Those pipes would not be able to withstand. And so from time to time, they not just leak, they rupture, they explode. And that was what happened last week. Significant dislocation as a result. The transmission pipe between Martha Brae in Trelawney and the terminal reservoir in St. James was completed in 1982. So we are pushing heavy volumes of water through very old pipes. This pipeline is highly corroded and has exceeded the end of its useful life, and this is demonstrated by the recurrent leaks happening on this pipeline. The rapid deterioration of the line after 40 years is likely due to the contact with the water table. Sometimes it's passing seawater or coming into contact with seawater, which increases the corrosion process. The replacement of this transmission line is now critical to sustain the water supply to the communities in those parishes, the hotels and businesses between Montego Bay and Falmouth. And I was showing what you're seeing on the screen now are images which illustrate the poor conditions of the lines. As you can see, it's corroded, holes in it. Some parts of it have collapsed. Madam Speaker, this is why your government has taken a strategic approach to this infrastructure challenge. It is in this vein that I wish to advise Jamaica, and particularly Jamaicans living in St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and especially the people in Negril, that the Cabinet has approved a design and build contract with Vinci Construction Grand Projects for the start of the Western Water Resilience Program. This project will be implemented, and it will see the installation and replacement of 2 transmission mains, that is the 2 transmission pipelines from Martha Brae Water Treatment Plant in Trelawney to the terminal reservoir in St. James, and the Great River Water Treatment Plant in St. James to Negril in Westmoreland. The pre-engineering phase of this project has commenced at a cost of 32 million Jamaican dollars. This will last 6 weeks. During that period, the National Water Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, will complete the necessary technical and administrative work to facilitate the deployment of US $160 million, that is Jamaican $24.8 billion for the installation and replacement of these two pipelines, Madam Speaker. I don't think people understand the importance of it. But let me put it into context. The government of Jamaica is spending $24 billion on these pipelines. That is more than what we are spending on the municipal corridor component of the SPARK program, which is $20 billion island-wide. I want that to sink in to the consciousness of all Jamaicans. The reason why I'm taking the time to explain this in Parliament, Madam Speaker, is that the conversation about water sometimes takes a perspective that it is a simple matter of hooking up a pipe to a supply, to a pump, and just running it to the end user. What we have just announced here is a nation-building investment. This nation-building investment was done in 1982. It has used up its useful life. The material that was used to build that pipe can no longer stand up. Much of it would have been calcified. And when it was laid, it was too small. They didn't think that we would have so many hotels coming. And so it is not merely a matter of just putting in a little pipe here and a little pump there. Massive investments have to be made in the infrastructure to deliver the water to the last mile of the user. So I hear the people of Negril. I hear their complaints. But I don't only want to come here and say, boy, I'm sorry, I hear it and I understand. Because you can have sweet mouth and sweet talk and cannot address the real issues that affect the people. So when I am speaking from Parliament to the people of Negril, I respect and understand the frustration that you are experiencing. But believe me when I tell you, nobody can just come and promise you that tomorrow you're going to get water and somehow other way water will come. The level of investment that is required can only be done by a government that runs the economy well, that creates the surplus to address the issues that affect you. Madam Speaker, there are those who will seek to divorce the ability to deliver services from the ability to run the economy. I don't stand up here or anywhere and tell anybody that I am going to give you something unless I know how it is going to be funded. Our country and our politics must evolve from only looking at the problem. It must also look at the solution. Madam Speaker, recently I was looking at campaign material in another country. In a country that recently called an election. And Madam Speaker, as is the case, everybody is making promises. Everybody is saying that we're going to increase. You know, we had a discussion here about increasing tax thresholds, or rather increasing non-tax thresholds. And a similar debate is going on in that jurisdiction. But you know what I found very curious? When it is reported, they say, oh, one party promised this, but they didn't say how it was going to be funded. Because the politics must evolve to the point that promises are meaningless unless you can say how you're going to deliver it. And so, Madam Speaker, whilst we are in the grips of a challenge, of a problem, whether it is lack of water, whether it is lack of road, whether it is lack of garbage collection, whatever it is, any politician can come and tell you, I can solve it, or we will do better. When they say that, they must tell you how they are going to fund it. Because what it means, Madam Speaker, is that they invariably, it means they have to either create new resources or reallocate. And until our electorate interrogates our politicians when they make promises, our country, Madam Speaker, won't progress as it should. So what I try to do, Madam Speaker, yes, I have heard the cries of the people in the grill, but I didn't go to them with false promise. I didn't go to them with sweet talk. We went as a cabinet, we huddled, we sharpened the pencils, we figured out how we're going to get the resources and how we're going to make a meaningful, transformational change to the people. So what I'm announcing here today is meaningful and transformational. So we deal, Madam Speaker, we dealt with the immediate response to the drought. We dealt with some short-term fixes to increase the efficiency of the resources and systems that we already have. We dealt with some medium-term solutions. And now, Madam Speaker, we are dealing with a solution that is going to transform water supply for the area. So, Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of any genuine misunderstanding or political mischief, this major investment in the transmission main will be done under emergency procurement. This is not the first time that we have had to make this kind of investment. And I have to point this out because there are those immediately who will say, this is a trick, it's a lie, it's not going to happen. Because these days, everything you say, there is a deliberate campaign to put a false narrative on it. But let me tell the public that a few years ago, there was a major break in the pipeline running along Mandela Highway. Some of you may remember that. And the government of Jamaica, same process, made a massive investment that put in place a new pipeline, and that new pipeline ran from the Mandela Highway, and we bored underground using directional drilling to put a new pipeline that went all the way along Spanish Town Road. We did that, and we are going to do this one, Madam Speaker. I want to close by making another fundamental point, Madam Speaker. There is a reason why these investments were made in the 80s. It's not just this one. The line that carries water from St. Thomas into the Mona Reservoir was done in the 80s as well. Massive infrastructure. But there is a reason why this administration is able not just to talk about the water situation and the lack of water, but we can also talk about how we're going to do it. To do investment of this nature in infrastructure, and particularly in water, you need a stable utility company. Meaning, you need a utility company that is not a macro fiscal risk. What is that? What is a macro fiscal risk? For many years, NWC was a risk to the government of Jamaica by virtue of the buildup of debt. I sat in this parliament several times over when the government had to pay off NWC's debt. Now, every time the government does that, it means the government can't make new infrastructure investment. In other words, the utility, because of how it was run, didn't make it possible for new capital investments to occur because the government had to either pay for inefficiency or some other kind of event which created a threat to the balance sheet of the utility. We have managed, and I'm not here, I'm knock on wood, we have managed to improve the running of the NWC. There are still risks, still threats, but nowhere like what it was a decade ago. We don't get credit for that. The public doesn't see that. That's not an issue that the electorate is going to say, yes, the government has done well. But without that, there is no significant investment to be made in water. So, as a government, we don't only do the things that are popular, we also have to do the things that are right. When we talk about the fiscal program and fiscal discipline, people interpret it as government mustn't spend. That's not the only part of fiscal responsibility. It means that government must run the affairs of public sector companies and corporations such that they don't require the government to spend and pay for inefficiency. And that's what we have been doing. So I raise these points because, yes, I am sympathetic. I understand the issues of people just don't have water. But that didn't happen in 2016. That's a fundamental failure of our economy to generate the resources to have consistent investment in the infrastructure of the country to generate the services that the people need. And if we're going to make any change, it is not going to come from complaining. It is not going to come from false promises. The only way we are going to bring water to your homes is to ensure that there is a government in place that continues to run the economy of the country in such a way that it generates the resources to make these investments like this $160 million investment in the water of this country. So, Madam Speaker, it therefore, Madam Speaker, gives me great pleasure to say to the people of McGrill, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your continued understanding. The government is working. We have put this through the emergency procurement process, and we will start, and you will see an improvement in the quality of your water and in the resilience and uptime of the supply. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Opposition Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his presentation. And clearly the acute crisis in the grill and the disaffection that it has caused among the people in the business community in the grill has necessitated the government to respond in the way that they're trying to respond now. And, you know, one is fully supportive of efforts to address this situation. I recall visiting the grill a lot in years gone by. Water was never an issue. Clearly, the combination of the expansion of the hotel sector in that area and related amenities, the impact of poor environmental practices, and other aspects of climate change together have created an acute crisis. And we support any efforts to ameliorate the strife being faced by the people and business community in the grill. The Prime Minister wasn't very specific as to the time frame within which these measures, especially the projects that are being announced, as opposed to things like decalcifying pipelines and that sort of thing, but the actual infrastructure works that have been announced today. What is the anticipated time frame for their completion? And what impact are they projected to have on meeting the demand for water in the Negril and wider Westmoreland areas that are currently suffering from this water crisis? We'd like to have an idea of what is the time frame for the completion of the major projects, especially the pipe replacement, transmission pipe replacement projects, the two of them that he referred to, and what impact will that have on the current and projected demand for water in the Negril area in particular. The other question I have for you, Prime Minister, is this project of 160 million US. Can you just indicate whether or not it was in the budget that was approved in March in terms of the capital works? I don't recall seeing it, but I would willingly stand corrected. It's a very large investment, and therefore would have budgetary implications if it was not in the budget, albeit that the expenditure may be projected, though you said emergency procurement, so one expects the works to begin this year. But in terms of what is the anticipated expenditure under the project for this fiscal year and future years? Because the timing of the payments is obviously going to have an impact on the budget. The budget was passed with 25 million of revenue measures to be funded by $1 billion, 25 billion of revenue measures to be funded by a securitization of receivables. We still haven't heard anything as to what that meant, what that was, or what that is. And this is going to presumably add some additional expenditure to the budget. So, you know, in the context of the underperformance of the revenue targets in March by over $20 billion, you know, we want to have an understanding as to how this will be financed and what impact it has on the current fiscal year's likely outturn. Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All the projects that have been announced for the short-term and medium-term projects are projects that are happening now. The immediate response for trucks, for trucking of water, the correction of leaks, the installation of new pumps and standby electricity supply to prevent disruption, all of those are being implemented presently as we speak. The decalcification of the pipes, that is already done, and they continue to monitor to see if there are other pipes that they need to decalcify. So everything that I've said are things that we have already done. Now, in terms of the long term, meaning these projects are going to be from 2 to probably 3 years, the first step was to get the engineering done, and that's what I had announced here. precisely. So the cabinet yesterday signed off on that $32 million, I believe it is. And, Madam Speaker, that work should begin in 32 million, and that work should begin in the next 6 weeks. What we are hoping to do is to complete the pre-engineering work in the next 6 weeks. That's 32. Now, the project for the establishment, the installation and replacement of these two major trunks of water distribution will be done over 3 years. It will take 3 years to do it, as it did with the replacement of the Mandela main. And we're doing it under emergency procurement. Now, you raise the issue of, I didn't see it in the budget. That is self-evident. It wouldn't be in the budget. It's an emergency. I gather that statements came from the opposition to say there's an emergency in the grill. Yes, it is an emergency, and therefore these things happen. That is the definition of it. You didn't plan for it, so it's there. However, once your economy and your budget is being run in good fiscal order, you have a capital amount that you dedicate to spend. Our PIAB system, our public investment system, is such that you go through the system, and if your project meets the requirement and it is there to get funded, the funded is pulled from that and your project is funded. Now, if another project comes up which is an emergency, let's say this project is going to start this year. It may not. It may go into next year. Maybe we do some other preparations that carry it to next year. But even if it were to start this year, then this project would get priority for the pool of funds that we have already budgeted for capital. We are estimating that in this year, we would need about maximum $50 million to start this year. So between getting the engineering and technical work passed, which we say in 6 weeks, then we move through the other phases that would have to be done, planning, contracting, and so forth. That might take you a few more months. And then after that, as the project starts, it is funded from the reserve. I don't like to use the reserve. That's not the term. But from the reallocation of the capital that has been there. No, bounce is not the right term. So this project would come in front of the other projects that are to be funded. So all the projects, but he knows how it is. All the projects that are to be funded will be funded. Yes. Yes, all the projects that should be funded will be funded. And that is how, in other words, it's quite a different situation. Quite a different situation from an emergency that happened. And the government said, well, I am going to have to go borrow the money. Quite a different situation. Quite a different situation, Madam Speaker. An emergency happened and the government said, well, I don't have any money. I have to go borrow the money. No, what thankfully, look how far we have come.
The Prime Minister didn't respond to the question as to what impact this collection of expenditures over time, and you said it may be a 3-year period for the major one, what impact that is likely to have on the current and projected needs for water in the Grill and the wider area surrounding it.
Speak outside of the technical notes that I've been given. But what I do know is that the pipeline will be scoped for the current capacity and the projected capacity in terms of millions of gallons. I will get that information and explain what it is. The present challenge that we have is that we have water sources, but to push it through the pipeline, which are small, the pipes just don't carry the capacity. And so we have to increase the size of the pipeline, and that will put more throughput through the line. So the pipelines that are going to be procured now would meet the existing requirement and be future-proofed for what we know is likely to come. So yes, my overall answer to you is it will satisfy current and future demand. In the grill. Not just the grill. So these two trunks, including the grill, so these two trunks will deal with Falmouth. Well, it will, the Falmouth to Bobay, which that stretch of, and it's not just tourism, Minister. Yes. It will deal with the new hotels, but it will deal with the new housing that is coming in that corridor. And then to Negril as well, and it will deal with that corridor. So it's a major investment. As I say, it's a nation-building investment. I could tell, Madam Speaker, I could tell that but put it here this way, Madam Speaker. Put it here this way, Madam Speaker.
Wake up.
I would be very worried if we were to leave implementation to them. No, Madam Speaker. No.
Member Hilton has a
emergency
question.
procurement method. You made mention that the Mandela Highway water the project that was implemented in Mandela Highway, and I'm familiar with that because that impacted a good part of my constituency. And one of the things that occurred after the project was completed was a major break of the pipe, flooding the Mandela area. You recall that traffic was backed up and major flooding of properties as well in the ferry area. And while we didn't get a report to Parliament as to exactly what had happened and what had occurred, why the pipe broke, I was talking to some of the engineers and trying to find out what happened, why this catastrophe would have happened. And what I got from it is not official, and therefore I'm not making any official comment on it, but my impression was that the methodology used did not sufficiently take into account some of the engineering requirement for what was going on, the works. You recall that they did some stone works, built up the wall, ran the pipes underneath it. A very complicated process, it seemed like. And some of the calculations perhaps were not taken into account. But the break was major. The flooding was significant. I don't know what it costs the government to do remedial repairs in that instance. But my sense is that these complex and major projects, and when you have to do emergency procedure, my concern is that in doing that all the T's and across, the I's are crossed and T's dotted, to ensure that having completed it, that I's are crossed, T's dotted, that the I's are dotted, T's crossed. All right. I's are dotted, T's crossed. But notwithstanding the emergency nature of the procurement, that there should be the stringency to make sure that is done in a particular way, so you don't complete the project and then have to meet the cost at the back end of it.
however, that the emergency...
Prime Minister, my apologies. Would you be so kind as to start your statement being made from the beginning? Your mic was not on. My apologies.
Oh, you mean my response?
Your response.
Madam Speaker, let me just reassure the member. The member raised a valid concern where a major project which was done on the Mandela Highway, there was a break. It caused some flooding. As you had said, it was a technical point where they had to traverse, they have to cross the road. And those things require significant engineering. But just give the member assurance, the emergency process which is being undertaken is not an emergency process for engineering. It is just an emergency process for procurement. So the engineering is solid. There will always be engineering challenges. No one is infallible, but we will take the greatest precaution to ensure that the best engineering is done in this regard. And Madam Speaker, just the leader of the opposition had asked what will be the new capacity. Martha Bray will move from 20 million gallons. Martha Bray would move from 15 million gallons per day to 20 million gallons per day. Roaring River would move from 15 to 20, and the Great River 12 to 15, and Logwood 4 to 7 million gallons. So it's a substantial increase in water to the area.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the reversion to the public business to enable the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Marlene Malahou, to take the amendment to Section 61 of the Constitution, a bill which is in her name. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Please make welcome to her feet the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to open the debate on the bill entitled An Act to Amend Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for new words of enactment. This act constitutes the first legislative step in a proposed series of amendments intended to give effect to a constitution enacted by the Parliament of Jamaica and approved by the people of Jamaica. The words of enactment for bills indicate the source of authority for the making of the enactment. Whilst they are technical in nature, the enacting words are important to signify the supreme authority of the Parliament of Jamaica in legislative matters. Madam Speaker, the provisions of the Constitution fall into three categories based on the process set out in the Constitution itself for their alteration. They are popularly described as ordinary provisions, entrenched provisions, and deeply entrenched provisions. The ordinary provisions require the votes of a majority of all members of each house to alter them. Generally speaking, in addition to the specific time frames at different stages for debating and voting after tabling a bill, the entrenched provisions require the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of each house to alter them. Again, Madam Speaker, generally speaking, in addition to the specific timeframes at different stages for debating and voting after tabling a bill, the deeply entrenched provisions require the majority votes of the electorate to approve any alteration in addition to the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of each House. I should point out that the Constitution also makes provision for the rejection by the Senate of a bill passed by the House to go to the electorate, specifying an approval threshold of 3/5 of the votes for entrenched provisions and 2/3 of the votes for deeply entrenched provisions. Section 34 of the Constitution provides that there shall be a Parliament of Jamaica, which shall consist of Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. This is a deeply entrenched provision. Subsection 1 of Section 60 provides that a bill shall not become law until the Governor-General has assented thereto in Her Majesty's name and on Her Majesty's behalf, and has signed it in token of such assent. Assenting to a bill is therefore the legislative role of the monarch as part of the Parliament. Although subsection 1 of Section 60 is not expressly listed among those sections regarded as either entrenched or deeply entrenched, it is nevertheless entrenched by implication on the application of case law because of its relationship to Section 34. Entrenchment by implication is as a result of the application of the principles set out by the Privy Council in the case of Marshal Burnett. Section 61 is an ordinary provision which is neither expressly nor impliedly entrenched. Any alteration to this provision, which does not affect the legislative role of the monarch, requires only the votes of a majority of all the members of each House to pass. In other words, Madam Speaker, alteration of Section 61, as we propose, requires the vote of the absolute majority of each House to pass. Section 61 prescribes the words of enactment that must accompany every bill tabled in the Parliament and presented to the Governor-General for assent. In the case of most bills, the prescribed words of enactment are, "Be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Representatives of Jamaica, and by the authority of the same as follows." Section 61 further sets out the words of enactment for bills brought under specific sections of the Constitution. That is to say, sections 37, 49, 56, and 57. Madam Speaker, the passing of the Queen of England brought the wording of the words of enactment into sharp focus, given the explicit reference to the Queen in keeping with the role of the monarch as Jamaica's head of state and part of the Parliament. Different views contended on the approach to take in the aftermath of Queen Elizabeth II's death. Subsection 12 of Section 1 of the Constitution provides that the United Kingdom Interpretation Act of 1889 is to be used for interpreting the Constitution. Section 30 of that Interpretation Act provides that references to the sovereign or the crown are to be construed as references to the sovereign for the time being. Notwithstanding the transitional effect of Section 30 of the 1889 Interpretation Act, the removal of the references to the deceased Queen is considered to be important. Madam Speaker, the better view is that while you may find the meaning of the words of the Constitution by interpreting them in accordance with the Interpretation Act, you cannot change the actual words of the Constitution by that means. The actual words can only be changed by the passing of a bill in keeping with the prescribed procedure set out in the Constitution itself. The need to reformulate the enacting words was considered by the Constitutional Commission of Jamaica in its 1993 report. The Commission proposed that the existing words of enactment be replaced with the people and Parliament of Jamaica. The proposal was made in the context of Jamaica transitioning from being a constitutional monarchy to a republic. As the constitutional reform process aimed at effecting Jamaica's transition from a constitutional monarchy is now well underway, the proposed alteration of Section 61 at this time is to ensure that the requisite bill providing for the establishment of the Republic of Jamaica will contain the enacting words that are commensurate with Republic status. Madam Speaker, the bill entitled An Act to Amend Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for new words of enactment has a preamble and 2 clauses. Clause 1 provides for the short title and construction. When the bill is passed into law, the Act is to be cited as the Constitution Amendment of Section 61 Act 2024, but the provisions are to be read and construed as one with the Constitution of Jamaica and all amendments thereto. Clause 2 provides for the amendment of Section 61 of the Constitution. It has 5 sub-clauses. Subclause A provides for the amendment of subsection 1 of Section 61 in 3 material particulars. 1, deletion of the words the Governor-General for assent and substituting therefore the word Parliament. 2, deletion of the words or a bill for an act to which Section 50 of this Constitution refers. Madam Speaker, it should be recalled that Section 50 was deleted from the Constitution when the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom was passed into law. Thirdly, deletion of the words, the Queen Most Excellent Majesty, and substituting therefore the words, the Parliament of Jamaica. Subclause B, Madam Speaker, provides for the amendments of subsection 2 of Section 61 by deletion of the words, the Governor-General for assent, and substituting therefore the word Parliament, and deletion of the words, the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, and substitution with the words, the Parliament of Jamaica. Subclause C provides for the amendment of subsection 2 of Section 61 by deletion of the words, the Governor-General for assent, and substituting, therefore, the word Parliament and the words, the Queen Most Excellent Majesty, with the words, the Parliament of Jamaica. Subclause C provides for the amendment of subsections 3 and 5 of Section 61 by deletion of the existing words of enactment and substitution of the new words, and those are set out. The new words would be it enacted by the Parliament of Jamaica by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Representatives of Jamaica, or the House of Representatives of Jamaica, as the case may be, in accordance with the provisions of Section 49 of the Constitution and by the authority of the same as follows. And in the other subsection, the substituted words of enactment will read, be it enacted by the Parliament and people of Jamaica, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Representatives of Jamaica, or the House of Representatives of Jamaica, as the case may be, in accordance with the provisions of Section 49 of the Constitution and by the authority of the same. Madam Speaker, Subclause D provides for the amendment of subsection 5 of Section 61 by deletion of the words, the Governor-General, for assent. Subclause E provides for the amendment of subsection 6 by the insertion immediately after the words subsection 3, the words, comma, subsection 4. Madam Speaker, this is a historic step being taken today. The bill is short, it is non-contentious, provides for modern words of enactment. It is non-controversial. I commend it to the Honourable House and look forward to the support of all members in the interest of Jamaica, land we love.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you. Could I have the Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, which seeks to change the words of enactment in the Constitution, would one have thought have been included in the legislation to enact the new Constitution. That would have been, I think, what most people would have expected to see, because it is removing references from the words of enactment to the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty and so on, and replacing them with language that makes no reference to the sovereign. And given that we don't yet have legislation to enact the new Constitution to make Jamaica a republic, we are faced today with a bill that will be changing the words of enactment by removing the references to the Queen, but at the same time, for this bill to become law, the Governor-General's assent is required under Section 60, and he will be giving that assent for and on behalf of Her Majesty. So you have this somewhat perplexing situation where the assenting to this bill is being done by the GG, the Governor-General, for and on behalf of Her Majesty, or His Majesty now, to a bill which is removing references to Her Majesty from the words of enactment. I'm not sure why the minister wants to proceed with this as a precursor to the actual legislation to enact the new Constitution. I know that this has been a matter of some controversy or lack of consensus at the Constitutional Reform Committee itself because of the peculiarity of it. As the minister indicated, Section 34 of our Constitution says that the Parliament consists of Her Majesty, the British monarch, along with the House and the Senate. Section 68 says that executive authority is vested in Her Majesty. And both of those provisions are entrenched or deeply entrenched. And the establishment of the office of the Governor-General, which is by Section 27 of the Constitution, states that the Governor-General is appointed by the British monarch and holds office during the British monarch's pleasure. No bill can become law unless the Governor-General has assented to it in His Majesty's name and on His Majesty's behalf. And the Governor-General has to sign the bill as token of that assent, and that is what Section 60 requires. So one could see the concerns of many members of the Constitutional Reform Committee, including perhaps the most eminent constitutional lawyer in Jamaica, that the removal of words of enactment before even a bill to remove the King as the head of Parliament is even drafted is somewhat meaningless and even illogical. Quite apart from any technical question, now the Minister said that there's no issue of implied amendment in relation to this bill amending Section 61. She says it with great confidence, but the truth of the matter is the question of implied amendment, because it's not expressed in the words of the legislation, is ultimately a matter of interpretation for the court, which is not something that one can always predict with any certainty. But quite apart from any technical questions as to whether this amendment conforms with the constitutional restrictions on altering the Constitution, which are quite comprehensive and can operate by implication, the timing of this legislation is odd, even illogical, before the introduction or even the preparation of the bill for the removal of the monarchy. And we know that now that the report of the CRC has been made public, there's a lot of discussion about it in the public domain. There are many criticisms of aspects of it, and those need to be worked through a process of, I think, engagement and consultation with the public, so that when the legislation is prepared and comes to Parliament, it is not fraught with controversy at its inception. So I'm not going to oppose this bill, because obviously the change of the words of enactment to delete the reference to the British monarch is not something that anyone would object to in this House, I don't believe. But the timing of it is strange and, in a sense, illogical, because this very bill that is removing the references from the words of enactment to Her Queen's Most Excellent Majesty can only become law if the Governor-General gives his assent for and on behalf of that very same monarch. And that's a strange thing. The new Constitution itself, when approved, we hope, by referendum, if we get that far, will have to be assented to by the Governor-General as presumably his last act in that capacity, because the new president can only be appointed pursuant to the new Constitution when it has become law, and it can't become law until it's assented to by the existing Governor-General. But at least in that instance, in giving that assent for and on behalf of the monarch, he will be doing so on the instruction, so to speak, or the request of the people of Jamaica having approved the new Constitution in a referendum. And that, I think, is a palatable concept for us to imbibe. But to do it now, when there's no constitutional legislation before us in terms of the new Constitution, and when the assent has to be given for and on behalf of the monarch, it just seems very premature to me, and not only to me, but to others. And I think that the Minister owes us an explanation, actually, as to exactly why this is being done now. I know she's going to speak in the sectoral debate soon and may want to have something on, to speak about then, but the reality is that many people find this a peculiar sequencing of events. And the fact of the matter is that the references to Her Majesty are strewn across the Constitution in many places, which this does not address. And the solution to those references are indeed in the Interpretation Act provision to which the Minister referred, which says that any reference to a sovereign in the Constitution is to be deemed to be the sovereign for the time being. So that is the solution to that problem. So this is not an attempt, or cannot be conceived to be an attempt to solve that problem, because it only addresses the words of enactment and doesn't address the many other references to the sovereign in the Constitution. The solution is, in fact, and has been from the date of death of Queen Elizabeth II, the Interpretation Act provision to which the Minister referred. So, Minister, I would ask that when you close the debate, could you please give us a very clear and coherent explanation as to why you're bringing this bill here now and not as part of the legislation when it finally comes here to introduce the new constitution into our law. And that a question, I think, is something which Jamaica would want to hear from you. And I don't think you've given that answer yet in your opening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister? Will you await responding pending Member Hilton's? Member Hilton, you're next.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think for the benefit of the House, with the report, the CRC report having now been public and in the public domain and part of the background of the discussion. And I think as a member of the CRC, I have to say something on this issue because this is an issue that came up in the discussions in the CRC, the Constitutional Reform Committee, as it's referred to. And I think some of the concerns raised here by the Leader of Opposition were some of the concerns raised in the CRC. The timing, no one was objecting to the words. I think we all, from the Commission's report way back then, it was anticipated, as the Minister said, that the words of the enactment would be changed and needs to be changed. The question was, in the discussion in the CRC about a timing, and do you bring it, at what stage do you bring this bill? And part of it was about two things, if I remembered. I remember my own views were, which is the symbolism that is involved, and also because of the criticism that has been leveled at the CRC from the very outset, that the people thought that the CRC was not consultative enough and engaging them sufficiently, that some of us were concerned that this would be a miscue to the public at large, and that would just ignite other references and discussion. And I think the point about the symbolism is important because this is an act that really presumes or presupposes or anticipates the support of the people for changing the Constitution and amending the Constitution in the ways that is being recommended by the report and by the CRC. We hope that that comes, but as we know, as I said, the CRC, the report itself has engendered debate and even disagreements. Again, we hope that those are overcome, but given where we are now, it is a bit of an oddity to be anticipating, some will even say prematurely coming to the conclusion that the bill will get, that the amendment, the constitutional amendment, the bill that has to precede the referendum, and that the referendum itself will be supported. Those are all steps that are being anticipated to really give real meaning to this particular act. And so there was not a consensus in the CRC on it. There were concerns, again because of the criticism that the CRC was not being consultative enough, and that it sent a signal that here we go again, presupposing and preempting the consultation with the ultimate consenters, which is the people of Jamaica. So again, and this came up in the CRC because a bill was tabled previously, and the explanation was that it happened in ways that was not expected, And so the discussion came up. So we had reason to discuss this bill, and the concerns were expressed then. So the minister has decided to put it back again, and I think in her closing she would say what were some of the compelling reasons, but the concerns were raised, and there was not a consensus in the CRC as to the timing of submitting this bill. But no one disagreed that this would be necessary. The question was when, and what sort of signal you're sending, what are the symbolism that this will pose, that the people have not yet been consulted. They have not even started a debate in the public at large as to whether the people would be supportive of getting rid of the monarch at any stage. So I think that those remain the concerns, and the minister, I think, should make a compelling case for having brought it at this time in the process.
Member from St. Catherine East Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a student of history and the great-great-great-great-grandson of enslaved people, having listened to the minister with responsibility for constitutional amendments, I can truly state that I stand here with immense pride today to know that finally we have brought legislation to this Parliament on the road to becoming a republic. Madam Speaker, this is certainly a historic step to remove the final shackles of colonialism as we proceed with constitutional amendments on the road, on the long overdue road, Madam Speaker, to becoming a republic, to gaining true political independence, which is the hallmark of self-determination. Madam Speaker, the history of our nation is riddled with tales of the sacrifices of all our forefathers. And it is those sacrifices that led to what I like to consider partial independence in 1962. Madam Speaker, that independence in 1962 must be deemed as only partial independence because we are still politically linked to a monarch, to a sovereign who resides in England. And having listened to the words of Madam Minister that would seek to have Jamaica become a republic with the words ultimately that all bills, legislation, acts, etc., the whole governance structure of Jamaica resides with the people and the Parliament of Jamaica are very important considerations. Madam Speaker, these are considerations that every single son and daughter of a people formerly enslaved should rejoice that we are on this road to become a republic and to rid ourselves of the shackles of colonialism, the shackles of a monarch thousands of miles away, and letting every single Jamaican youth understand that true self-determination means that you can have as your head of state your own people born and bred in Jamaica, your own people who understand what it means to have the complete interest of all Jamaicans at hand whilst ensuring, milady, that the interest of your nation comes first. And so, my lady, Madam Speaker, I stand here in support of this historic change, recognizing that ultimately, in our jurisdiction, in Jamaica, all matters must be concluded by the Parliament and people of Jamaica without reference to any sovereign monarch. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. It would appear that there are no further contributions at this time. May I ask the House to allow us 5 minutes of recess? I'm just verifying if we need a break. If we do, I will put it to the House. The Minister stepped out for a moment, and I just want to confirm if we will need a break or not. So I'm not putting it to the House as yet, and I'm not moving. Members, I'm putting to the House that we take a short recess for no more than 5 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will reconvene at 6:27.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Nutritious food, succulent dishes, superior workmanship, and excellent service. Jamaica is on the go. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Let's harness the indomitable spirit of our most valued resource, our people. Let's support our local businesses. After all, buying Jamaican means building Jamaica.
Original. The proposed Tobacco Control Act places a total ban on
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Turn the children's corner and check into the Burchester Hotel. Help Super Grover save the day. Order a snack and even learn to bake a cake with Cookie Monster and Chef Gonger. It's Elmo's wonderful world and we're living in it. Friends, food, and fun. It's always a great time. Sesame Street, Monday to Saturday inside Children's Corner on PBCJ, the People's Station.
What's the deal with you two guys anyway? I don't want to be stepping on anybody's toes, you know.
You really don't need this man.
Just for once. Why can't I come first?
I need you here.
I'm not leaving here without you.
Tune in to PBCJ this Sunday at 8 p.m. for the season premiere of Mirrors in Paradise.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing. bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie, right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
You know who have the gun them. Stop go like you don't notice. You notice.
Love might just be a four-letter word, but it means a lot to persons who handle it with care. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy and it does not boast. Love is caring. Love is sharing. Love is something that makes you feel happy. Love is both a feeling and an emotion. I might not love you as I should, but I love you more than any other human could.
Did you know that a country's high level of unsustainable debt can reduce the funds available to provide quality education and healthcare and build climate resilience? The Caribbean debt crisis hinders our potential to thrive. It is time we unlock our full potential by addressing the debt crisis and promoting climate justice. It will require a collective effort, and your voice counts. Join us in the fight for debt relief, climate justice, and to cancel Caribbean debt for sustainable growth.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. What we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the one.
We
from the top row. On re-entry, it is the same. It is like the commencement of the House. It would appear that it is not a practice that we are aware of. That is in keeping with the standing orders. No, I don't think it is tiredness. It is something that we have observed for a while. As we discussed this morning in our standing orders committee meeting, we realized that some standing orders, because we practice to do something else, over time, the practice becomes what persons believe are the standing orders. So, as best as possible, I think it's beneficial to all of us to just keep reiterating and remembering what our own rules are as we have established in the House. Is Minister back? Orderly, may I please have the podium for Minister? There being no further contribution, we'll now invite the Minister to respond in respect of the debate so far. It's not for the Speaker to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it is said that nothing worthwhile will be accomplished easily. And I see that we have been navigating choppy waters, but we have managed to stay afloat. I want to thank the members who have contributed to the debate. Permit me to respond to the major bone of contention raised by the Leader of the Opposition, even though he has made it clear that he is not opposed to the bill, but his question is one about timing and what appears to be illogical to him. He said that the matter was a matter of controversy in the CRC, and I believe he probably did not read the report, or perhaps there was a little trouble with the brief he got. But then it couldn't be, because Member Hilton, in his response, sought to explain that the CRC did consider the matter, and the question was one of timing. As you know, Madam Speaker, each ministry has portfolio responsibility for subject matters, and the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has responsibility for the reform of the Constitution. The Cabinet has sought the assistance of an advisory committee, the Constitutional Reform Committee, to provide expert advice and guidance in this process of constitutional reform. But that does not replace the responsibility that the ministry has for the subject matter. But just to say that when the issue of the words of enactment first arose, it arose in the immediate aftermath of Queen Elizabeth. And if the Leader of the Opposition had listened attentively to my opening remarks, he would have heard me say that it was from that time that the issue arose and that different views contended on the approach to be taken. It was because I anticipated a comment like the one made by the Leader of the Opposition why I took the time to say that the 1889 Interpretation Act allows for the words to be construed for meaning, but that you cannot interpret and change the actual words of the Constitution. That requires a bill for an act of Parliament in keeping with the procedure that is set out in the Constitution. So it does appear that the Leader of the Opposition himself needs to spend a little time looking at both the Constitution and the case law. Madam Speaker, the other thing he said was that there was no consensus on this matter. And I find it a little unfortunate, because if you look at the report of the Constitutional Reform Committee, which was tabled in the House last week, there is a section in the report which speaks to words of enactment at paragraph 3.6 of the report. And because of how he has taken issue with the matter, I crave your indulgence to just speak to what the report said. And again, there is no dispute that what is contained in the report was arrived at by consensus. So it says the words of enactment for the bill, for bills indicate the source of authority for the making of the enactment. And whilst they are technical in nature, the enacting words are important to signify the supreme authority of the Parliament of Jamaica in legislative matters. I did say that in my remarks. Section 61 of the Constitution prescribes the words of enactment that must accompany every bill in Parliament, And in cases of most bills, the prescribed words of enactment are, be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Representatives of Jamaica, and by the authority of the same as follows. The report goes on to say the need to reformulate the existing words was considered by the Constitutional Commission of Jamaica in 1993 in its report in the context of Jamaica's transition from a constitutional monarchy to a republic. The phrase, the people and Parliament of Jamaica, was proposed as a replacement for the existing words of enactment. The CRC considered that merely stating the people and Parliament of Jamaica without more would not allow for accuracy in the words of enactment. Accordingly, the CRC recommends that where a bill is one which requires the approval of the people in a referendum, the words of enactment should refer to the Parliament and the people. In other cases, the words of enactment would refer to the Parliament of Jamaica. The CRC further recommends the passing of an act prior to the tabling of the bill for the establishment of the Republic of Jamaica to give effect to the recommended new words of enactment.
Never ready. Never ready. I'm told to try and tell you,
Doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. In making this recommendation, the CRC is aware that the bill for the reformed constitution will still have to be presented to the Governor-General for assent. This is because the legislative role of the monarch to provide assent for a bill to become law remains unchanged until the reformed constitution is approved in the referendum. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely nothing illogical about the timing or unstrategic. In fact, Madam Speaker, so logical and strategic is the approach that this bill is coming to ensure that when the substantive bill for the establishment of the Republic of Jamaica comes, it does not have the words of enactment. And even in what the leader of the opposition said, it is his argument that is actually illogical, because he did concede that even that bill, which will abolish the monarchy, would have to be assented to by the Governor-General in order for it to become law. Yes. So, you know, Madam Speaker, it's just, I know there is an effort to be contentious even while logically you can't oppose to this. So let me just say that what is happening today is an important step in the right direction for the move that we understand the people of Jamaica to be calling for. And just by way of comparison, before I sit, there are other constitutions which have the monarchy as their head of state with other words of enactment. It is quite proper and in order to amend the words of enactment, and every care has been taken to ensure that it is done accurately. And Madam Speaker, I commend the bill for the support of everyone in the House.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you be so kind if you would like us to proceed with reading the bill a second time, to so do. Turn your mic on, please, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for new words of enactment, read a second time.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill, clause by clause. We are now in committee. Minister, how would you like to proceed?
Well, Madam Speaker, it's a very short bill, Madam Speaker. Let us just there are only 2 clauses, and there is no proposal for any amendment to any of the clause.
Thanks, Minister. I put clauses 1 and clause 2. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. We are now back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage in the House without amendments. Minister, would you be so kind to ask that the bill be read a third?
I ask that the bill be read a third time.
Thank you, Minister. The question is the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend Section 61 of the Constitution of Jamaica to provide for new words of enactment, read a third time and pass.
We just take the vote of the members present. We do have the numbers to meet the constitutional threshold, but yes.
The minister would like, for the purpose of history, so she's asking for somewhat of a divide. She knows the numbers are here. She wants the members voting on this critical issue to be recorded in history name by name. So. Members, Members, it requires a simple majority, which is 50% plus 1. It is not a 2/3 majority of the members that's required. The numbers are here. However, the minister is asking that we record the vote for every member. And as Speaker, I would want to accede to that request, particularly because of the nature of the amendments to cover the Constitution. So I'm going to ask the clerk to read the names so persons may vote.
Madam Speaker, I'm checking to see what is the parliamentary. Yes. Well, could we get some guidance from the Parliamentary Council on this matter, please?
Even though we're moving ahead, opposition leader of business, I would want to err on the side of ensuring that the members vote if it is being called on. that we just record the names of the individuals who are here and who are voting on this particular bill. And then we will close it as passed with the names recorded. That's my decision. Clerk, please read the names.
Mr. Bartlett, aye or no? Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Chang, Dr. Charles, Mr. Charles Jr., aye or no? Thank you. Mr. Chin, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mr. Davis, Ms. Davis, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Goulding, Mr. Graham, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Holness, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Miller, Ms. Morrison, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Ms. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, and Mr. Wright.
Members, as already indicated, the bill is passed. House Leader. The count is 32 ayes, 3 abstaining. 33 ayes, sorry, and 3 abstaining. How many abstaining? Twenty-four members are absent. Thank you, members. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business today. I therefore move that the House be adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 29, at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
As indicated by the House Leader, it is not intended for us to do any additional business for the remainder of today. We meet again tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp for the agenda of May 29th, 2024. So, for the record, it's 34 voting, ayes, 3 abstain, 24 absent, and there is 1 seat that's vacant. That's a total of 63. Yes, sir. Do we move that the House adjourn its sitting, or would we like to spend some more time here today? Are we in favor of adjourning? I thought it would be stronger. The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.